sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten peo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, nos metió el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, no mete en problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten feo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, no mete en problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten feo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, no mete el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten feo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, no mete el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten feo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, no mete el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten feo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas. Llegó Marco Rubio a Trinidad y Tobago, no mete el problema con los médicos cubanos, nos quiere empujar hacia un conflicto armado y ahora nos meten feo con los venezolanos. Sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco lo dejó sin gas, sin gas, Marco, ¿por qué no te vas? Sin gas, Marco no dejó sin gas.
A chilling reminder of the imperial arrogance that has long treated Caribbean lives as expendable in the name of security. Let us be clear, this is not protection, this is recolonization. Trinidad and Tobago's alignment with US military objectives marks a catastrophic betrayal of the Caribbean consensus that our region must remain a zone of peace. In a single stroke, our leadership has reversed decades of struggle towards regional autonomy, from the Federation dream to the founding principles of CARICOM. By inviting a foreign power with documented history of anti-Black, xenophobic, and extractive aggression into our waters. This government has traded the dignity of the people for the optics of proximity to empire. We must name it for what it is: the sale of sovereignty dressed as diplomacy. What we are witnessing, the invasion of our Caribbean waters, the killing of 32 men on alleged drug boats without due process or evidence, is not justice. It is murder. It is imperial violence dressed up once again in the rhetoric dog whistle of security and war on drugs. Again, let us be clear, this is not about drugs. It is about natural resources. It is about oil. It is about power. The United States, abetted by local collaborators, has long used narratives to justify control over territories rich in natural resources and geostrategic access. Our region has been a pawn in their empire building for centuries. With the apparent complicity now of our own leadership, the cycle continues. To our goodly Prime Minister, I say this: allegiance to empire is not leadership, it is capitulation. It is the mimicry of colonial power masquerading as progress, even as it alienates us from our Caribbean brothers and sisters who continue to insist on peace, independence, and regional self-determination. I write not as a partisan. I have long unsubscribed from our party-led politics, nor do I subscribe to the bankrupt capitalist system that sustains them. I write as a Caribbean socialist, aligned with the unrealized visions of those who imagined freer, fairer, more humane futures for our people. From Claudia Jones to Una Marson to CLR James to Morris Bishop to Audre Lorde to Sylvia Winter, may they all walk in power. Their work reminds us that another world was always possible even when empire insisted otherwise. What we face now is a moral and ideological crisis, not just of governance, but of imagination. It is time to reclaim both. We must begin to dream again, knowing we do not have all the answers, but still willing to painstakingly envision a brave new hybrid, uncolonized way of being, living and thriving outside of the death-riddled machinery of capitalism and militarism that has never served us. Caribbean sovereignty is not for sale. Caribbean lives are not collateral damage. And peace, true peace, must never be bartered for power. I am taking this public stance for my baby girl so that one day when history measures who stood silent and who spoke, there will be record that I did not sit idly by. However small, inconvenient, maybe terrifying or inconsequential it may seem to some, silence in moments such as these is complicity. So I stand here today for my daughter, for our children, for those not yet born. Let this be on record. I am Abeo Aisha Christabel Jackson, 6th generation American from the lineage of Amphi and Bashana Jackson.
Platform and on the Slimy Show or at YouTube. I noticed you guys are not freaking following me on my actual channel, the Slimy Show. My actual Slimy Show is the ad button, the Slimy Show on YouTube. I'm also broadcasting on the Workers' Right platform. We are with a partnership with the Workers' Right, and we are also broadcasting on X. First time, first Caribbean stream on Twitter. But we're going to get started. I need you guys to stay calm. Everybody stay calm, relax. You know, taking a deep breath. Everything is fine. The government is doing everything it's supposed to do to make you safe and secure in Trinidad and Tobago. The government is working for you. They dropped off their load into our country a day after the state of emergency. And in addition, they have put all of their police force and defense force on high alert. I have questions. Stay calm and you know everything is all right and there is no war. Guys are being clowned so hard on Twitter, it is unbelievable. So listen, Trini. Official outfit. Trini. And on Monday. There we go. Are you ready? You see me, I got my outfit. I'm ready. I'm ready for war, all here. That's my camouflage outfit. Let's do that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's prepare for war tonight. I'm a little drunk. But I'm going to be acting on 49 on camera. you don't laugh at this situation, sit down. So welcome to the climate show. Let's discuss news. Try to have a
This is a very
wonderful, beautiful, elegant, hard, sexy, citation, ball-headed,
put accurately.
like Sean Sobers, I would be vexed at the world too. Sobers in Trinidad and Tobago, please reach out to Sean Sobers. This man either needs to get a ball head
On the facts.
or some kind
Does
of
the government
Rogaine,
have evidence
or
that
he
any
has
of these
something
people
to get
killed,
tail line fixed.
whether they were Trinidadian or not,
Brain function.
were in possession of
Let me stop talking. That's a ridiculous answer. Stop it.
on the facts? Does the government have evidence that any of these people killed, whether they were
Your
Trinidadian or not,
comfort is important to me.
were in possession of
And me as
illegal
a
drugs,
tech person,
illegal
I
weapons,
that-
illegal
that-
narcotics from our youth?
Let me start over. Give me feedback on how the audio is.
this is a very
Education class. You guys have been seriously brainwashed in Trinidad, and me, workers' right. We're going to push back against the people government. How am I sounding? Am I exciting you guys tonight? Do you want to stay here? Do you want to actually stay and listen to me tonight, Mr. Simon? To deliver this kind of news to you. Up takes a mental toll. But anyway, let's get started with Mr. Zigzag Airline.
Put accurately on the facts. Does the government have evidence that any of these people killed, whether they were Trinidadian or not, were in possession of illegal drugs, illegal weapons, illegal narcotics from our U.S. counterparts?
The answer to that, in short, is no. And the reason for the answer being no, the strikes are military intervention strikes or military strikes being conducted in pursuit of a military operation by the U.S. There's information that the U.S. will share, there's information that they won't share pursuant to a military operation, which is what this is. These are strikes that are being conducted in international waters. If these strikes occurred within national waters, then the U.S. would have to share information with Trinidad and Tobago. These are not strikes that are occurring within our territorial waters, nor are these strikes that are occurring in our EZ. They are strikes that are occurring in international waters, pursuant to a military operation with entities that they've designated as terrorist organizations. I don't hear the media coming to ask Trinidad and Tobago about strikes that occur in Lebanon or Syria by other international entities when they deem persons as combatants pursuant to designating them as terrorists. So it's very hypocritical then to come and ask the government about military operations by the US when they are occurring in international waters?
With respect, Minister, these international waters are not far across the way. We could see Venezuela from Cedras, from Caracas. We could see Venezuela from even Moruga. So I think it's quite a valid question to ask, especially because between these waters, Trinidad and Tobago nationals, fishermen, they complain often about interactions with pirates within those very international waters. So to bring it back to facts, as you so put it, and in fairness and in the interest of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, not because of my personal interest, but the national interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who sometimes go between Venezuela and Trinidad. We have those reports. And because these kinetic strikes are taking place in international waters and our citizens may be involved, it is a fair question. So again, are we even seeking to get that evidence from the United States? Especially because it may, only because there's a possibility that it may involve Trinidad and Tobago citizens.
As we said when these operations began, once you are a law-abiding fisher folk or pleasure craft person operating legitimately, you have absolutely nothing to fear. And that answers your question in short.
Do we have evidence that the strikes occurred in international waters and not our own?
Yes. Yes, we have evidence that
for them fishermen happened within the borders of Trinidad and well, the climate show is here to remind you the second strike on this.
these strikes occurred in international waters.
So, Mr. Sobers, you said you had information that the strike that reported on October 14 happened in national waters. What evidence exactly is that? What specific evidence you have?
That would have been some of the information that would have been shared to us by the US.
Exactly where it happened?
No, I don't have the longitude and latitude to provide to you now.
Will you do it sometime in the future?
I may consider providing you with the longitude and latitude in the future.
Report accurately on the facts. Does the government
asking the questions and some follow-up questions, and these are the answers what you guys are getting and accepting in Trinidad.
government have evidence that any of these people killed, whether they were Trinidadian or not, were in possession of illegal drugs, illegal weapons, illegal narcotics from our U.S. counterparts?
The answer to that, in short, is no. And the reason for the answer being no, the strikes are military intervention strikes or military strikes being conducted in pursuit of a military operation by the U.S. There's information that the U.S. will share. There's information that they won't share pursuant to a military operation, which is what this is. These are strikes that are being conducted in international waters. If these strikes occurred within national waters, then the U.S. would have to share information with Trinidad and Tobago. These are not strikes that are occurring within our territorial waters, nor are they strikes that are occurring in our EZ. They are strikes that are occurring in international waters, pursuant to a military operation with entities that they've designated as terrorist organizations. I don't hear the media coming to ask Trinidad and Tobago about strikes that occur in Lebanon or Syria by other international entities when they deem persons as combatants pursuant to designating them as terrorists. So it's very hypocritical then to come and ask the government about military operations by the US when they are occurring in international waters.
With all due respect, Minister, these international waters are not far across the way. We could see Venezuela from Cedros, from Icacos. We could see Venezuela from even Moruga. So I think it's quite a valid question to ask, especially because between these waters, Trinidad and Tobago nationals, fishermen, they complain often about interactions with pirates within those very international waters. So to bring it back to facts, as you so put it, and in fairness and in the interest of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, not because of my personal interest, but the national interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who sometimes go between Venezuela and Trinidad. We have those reports. And because these kinetic strikes are taking place in international waters and our citizens may be involved, it is a fair question. So again, are we even seeking to get that evidence from the United States, especially because it may, only because there's a possibility that it may involve Trinidad and Tobago citizens?
As we said when these operations began, once you are a law-abiding fisher folk or pleasure craft person operating legitimately, you have absolutely nothing to fear. And that answers your question in short.
Do we have evidence that the strikes occurred in international waters and not our own?
Yes. Yes, we have evidence that the strikes occurred in international waters.
Minister, so you said you had information that the strike that reported on October 14 happened in national waters. What evidence exactly is that? What specific evidence?
That would have been some of the information that would have been shared to us by the US.
Exactly what happened?
No, I don't have the longitude and latitude to provide to you now.
But would you do it sometime in the future?
I may consider providing you with the longitude and latitude in the future.
My camouflage. Are you ready? I'm gonna war on him.
What accurately on the facts?
A couple of weeks ago.
This is a
Report accurately on the facts. Does the government
I've been calling for you guys from day one that this was voluntary. I did a presentation on military activities. Go up the government gate. What crime plan? It wasn't a fighting. It had nothing to do with fighting crime. That high level of control had against it. The state of emergency rate. That murder rate is down. If you all guys don't. So this now under the murder rate.
A couple of weeks ago, I stood here in this parliament in a debate, not on state of emergency, but I told
Honorable Gonzalez, big up. Bigger. I want to see under my politics.
told the country, through you, Mr. Speaker, that we are not living in normal times. And therefore, given the state of affairs in Trinidad and Tobago today, decisions ought to be taken having regard to the state of affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. And the debate had to do with a very senior member of the national.
That is the only thing, the only thing they Trinidad and Tobago right now. Sorry, stepped up and took charge. Up to the Trinidad and Tobago military. Men ran down in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
National Security Service going and out of the country. And I made reference to the fact that because we exist in a state of emergency,
Where you at? About
and that we are not existing and operating in normal times, the government needs to operate in a way to demonstrate to the country that it is serious about managing the affairs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And by so doing, Mr. Speaker, the spokespersons of the government must observe and must recognize that every word that comes from their mouth is being scrutinized not only here in Trinidad and Tobago, but in the region and in the world. And this is not no joking matter. Governance is not no joking matter. It is not. It is not no joking matter. And when your Minister of Homeland Security could come in front no other place than in your Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, to blow into a bag, it tells you who and what we have in this country. It tells you. Because Mr. Speaker, they are unprepared and they are not serious about governance in Trinidad and Tobago. And they will never be. They will never be. A bunch of jokers, all of them, unprepared for governance and will not settle down to govern the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They will not settle down.
present accurate and true stuff. I have to sit. It's recorded.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking to no blowback ways. I'm sure you're not entering into this debate.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. You see, you pound this and you dish it out. But when you get it back, you complain. So that's enough. Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I am well capable of defending myself. All of them. All of them. Including, Mr. Speaker, those that are on macaroni pie therapy. Mr. Speaker, when I saw my colleague from Tabakid entered into this debate, I thought my colleague, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs in this country, CARICOM and Foreign Affairs in this country, would have taken the opportunity to speak clearly to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Because as we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, there are news outlets in the region and in the world speaking about the state of national security and security issues in this country.
It's not in Trinidad and Tobago. You guys know what I'll do is I'll do this one. I'll do like full of bomb.
We exist in this ecosystem in this world, and if the government through its spokespersons is not prepared to speak clearly to the citizens, you cannot blame them from getting their information from other news outlets, Mr. Speaker. The government has a responsibility to speak to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, is living under constant fear. Constant fear, Mr. Speaker, as we entered into this parliament here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Pandemonium in Port of Spain. Businesses are emptying. People are asking to go home. Traffic gridlock all over. Schools, parents are calling for their children, Mr. Speaker. This
Stay calm. Stay calm. There's nothing to worry about. Feeling so freaking hopeful right now. Even I hope Abraham Traore emerge out of this. I feel that will be so blessed and everything will be so restored. That's only guys the only thing that is that from this fight of actually having bombs drop on that is a random. Get up there and say anything. Sorry. I'll take whatever punishment. Give to my country that I am sorry, and I hope that I did. That is what I'm looking for. Venezuela, everything is gone. Venezuela just did the Trinidad and Tobago. Just got bombed. By the United States and Germany. That's good. Oh God, I gotta put yours. Take those out. That's good. And the same hope. You know, full of stamps. But that's another thing.
This is the state of affairs in Trinidad and Tobago, and if you don't know,
Yo, you just making a happy. Is that what's happening in Trinidad? Everything gets fixed overnight. We will see them corrupt politicians actually get locked up. We will see real things like literally happen like at a tonight. Politicians locked up. Venezuela overnight. Bam! This is kicked off of Trinidad soil. Bam! These guys to actually do governance. You're going to see something like what's happening with Abraham Traore. You could have another hero emerge from Trinidad tonight. Oh God! Stephen, don't do that to me, Stephen. Don't make me hope. Enemy now is Trinidad. When did Venezuela become an enemy of Trinidad? Why is Regiment fight Venezuela on behalf of it? God, please, God, please. I hope that is what is happening right now. Oh my God, Trinidad will be safe overnight.
It means that you are unprepared to govern this.
All the way. Non-politics.
This country would have taken the opportunity to speak clearly to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because as we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, there are news outlets in the region and in the world speaking about the state of national security and security issues in this country. We exist in this ecosystem in this world, and if the government through its spokespersons is not prepared to speak clearly to the citizens, you cannot blame them from getting their information from other news outlets, Mr. Speaker. The government has a responsibility to speak to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, is living under constant fear. Constant fear, Mr. Speaker, as we entered into this parliament here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Pandemonium in Port of Spain. Businesses are emptying. People are asking to go home. Traffic gridlock all over. Schools, parents are calling for their children, Mr. Speaker. This is the state of affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. And if you don't know, it means that you are unprepared to govern this country. You're unprepared. And you can say what you want. These are the affairs and the circumstances that exist in this country today when we are debating, Mr. Speaker, an extension of a state of emergency. These are not normal times. These are serious times, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I am very disappointed in my colleague from Tabakit who wasted his time and did not appease the fears of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Wasted his time. Mr. Speaker, I tell you what, because you see, whilst they are busy trying to tell people one thing, and we observe what is taking place in the region and around Trinidad and Tobago, we know this is not normal times. We are not foolish people. We are educated people. We are the children of Dr. Eric Williams, who are educated. And Mr. Speaker, I tell you this, when you go on a platform and you speak to the people in a way where the people know that you are taking them for fools, Mr. Speaker, you are undermining your credibility. You're undermining your credibility because, Mr. Speaker, during urgent questions today, I pose a very serious question. Mr. Speaker.
We are going to get to the issue before the House at some point in time. I've given you 7 minutes of leeway all around. So we're going to get to the issue at some point in time. You're going to thank you. And I need hardly remind you that the public interest was invoked on that question.
That's what I plan to do. I'm not taking issue with what the member for Togo Sangurandi did by invoking 27(1)(g. That is his right. And he will continue to do so. But the point I am making, Mr. Speaker, is that the country is on edge as we speak. It is on edge as we speak. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, and that's the point I am making, because the member for Tabakit stood up for a couple of minutes, perhaps a half an hour, and he tried his best. He tried his best, Mr. Speaker, to water down, and I would not say mislead, but the country is listening, Mr. Speaker. These are very serious times, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me read out a very important memo that is dated October the 1st to support what I am saying with respect to the unease in this country as we debate the extension of a state of emergency. A memorandum from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, October the 31st, Friday, today, that's what I'm saying, sorry. October the 31st, thank you. From the Deputy Commissioner of Police Administration and Operational Support, Mr. Speaker, to all heads of section, units and division of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, dated Friday the 31st of October 2025. Immediate subject, immediate suspension of leave. Reference is made to the caption. Please inform all officers under your command that all leave is restricted with immediate effect from Friday the 31st of October 2025 until further notice. Please be guided accordingly. Signed by Mr. Junior Benjamin, Deputy Commissioner of Police Administration and Support in Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. These are serious issues. On the day we are debating the extension of a state of emergency, and members opposite are busy trying to tell people in this country that everything is all right, go about your business. Things are calm. We're not foolish. And if you continue to operate so, people will not take you seriously. And it shows that you're unprepared to govern this country. You're unprepared. And you will never be prepared neither. Mr. Speaker, on July the 28th, this Parliament was convened in an extraordinary sitting. When we woke up a morning and we found out that a state of emergency was declared in Trinidad and Tobago. A couple of days after, we were summoned here before the expiration of the 15 days to extend the state of emergency. We came here during this debate. Motion moved by the government to discuss the proclamation by the president. Mr. Speaker, I was one of the members speaking on this side of this house, on this extension, this state of emergency. And we told the government that given what the president has said in her proclamation, and I am going to remind the country of what was said in the proclamation and in the statement, and we told the country that these are very serious matters raised in this proclamation. These are very serious matters raised by the president in her statement. And on the vote and the conclusion of the debate, the PNM, all members of the PNM voted in support of the state of emergency, because we said that we will support law enforcement to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So when colleagues opposite could come here this afternoon and make a case to pretend as though the PNM will not support law enforcement, nothing is further from the truth. Nothing is further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Because at our vote, we supported the government because these are very serious matters raised in the proclamation. And let me, because you see, I realize this debate has gone down the road, it has lost its way about how much operations and how much murders and all these kind of things. Yes, very important, Mr. Speaker. But this is not the anchor of this debate. And for this state of emergency, this is an extension of a state of emergency that was called under specific circumstances when it was declared in July of this year. And the first, and I want to remind the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the first person to speak on that state of emergency was the Commissioner of Police to the nation. Because days before the proclamation of this state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Police and the Minister of Homeland Security told the country that crime was under control. That crime was under control. And when the state of emergency was declared, the Commissioner of Police reminded the country, after he was questioned over and over again by the national media, whether this state of emergency had anything to do with the suppression of crime in Trinidad and Tobago. And he said it had absolutely nothing to do with the suppression of crime in Trinidad and Tobago. It was called to deal with a specific threat. So therefore, when members opposite are busying themselves, trying to talk about statistics and reduction and this and that and what have you, it does not appease my mind, Mr. Speaker. It has nothing to do with a state of emergency that was called to deal with a specific threat. And I sat here, I came to this parliament, waiting to hear from the Honorable Attorney General and members opposite, what is the state of affairs with the threat, which was the anchor and the basis for the state of public emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to remind this country, of the statement by Her Excellency, statement of the President, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. Cabinet, and I quote, Cabinet informed that the Trinidad
more
Tobago Police Service Intelligence has informed the Minister of National Security, whom I understand to be the Minister of Homeland Security, who has in turn informed the National Security Council that the criminal gangs in the island of Trinidad and possibly in Tobago are likely to increase acts of violence on a scale so extensive that it threatens persons and will endanger public safety. Persons already incarcerated are actively engaged in coordinated acts of violence that target the state and state actors. Cabinet informed that accordingly, the National Security Council is of the view that it is necessary to
coordinating rocket launchers. The Attorney General's office in Trinidad. Do you guys believe that? Number to call in is 347-791-3311 on WhatsApp, or you can leave voice notes. Okay.
take immediate action. And the Attorney General is of the view that such immediate steps must be taken to advise me, the President, to declare that a state of emergency exists in Trinidad and Tobago. Having considered the information provided and given the above premises, I was satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety to the extent that warranted a declaration of a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. These were the circumstances under which we were brought here for a declaration of the state of emergency. Had nothing to do with the amount of murders taking place in this country. Had nothing to do with gangs and what have you. Specific threats. And the Commissioner of Police tried over and over again to tell us that this has nothing to do with crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. It was called to deal with those threats because the lives of public officials in Trinidad and Tobago were at risk had we not made this intervention. So do not be distracted by anyone, especially government spokesperson, who will come here and read all kinds of statistics, which obviously is a consequence of when you call any state of emergency. It happened in COVID. It happened in COVID. It happened when the previous government called a state of emergency. There are natural consequences of when you call a state of emergency, but it must not be the justification for the calling of a state. Of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. It must be immediate. It must be immediate, and it must demonstrate that it is the only way to protect the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is the reason why we, 12 and 13 of us on this side, said that we are going to support the government.
threat against high level as a crime fighting engine. So the real and also
we are going to side with law enforcement. It must be immediate. Person who will come here and read all kinds of statistics, which obviously is a consequence of when you call
Just close their eyes, pretend it's an Indian man talking to you. And he's accurate and to the audience. So ineffective, and they still don't know how to fight crime or to fix crime. They have to put the whole country under SOE. Because one man or two men or whatever men behind bars, they can't control that. Right?
any state of emergency. It happened in COVID. It happened in COVID. It happened when the previous government called a state of emergency. There are natural consequences of when you call a state of emergency, but it must not be the justification for the calling of a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. It must be immediate. It must be immediate, and it must demonstrate that it is the only way to protect the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is the reason why we, 12 and 13 of us on this side, said that we are going to support the government. We are going to side with law enforcement and give them the necessary legislative tool to make sure that this threat is neutralized so that the state can be preserved. That is the reason why we supported it. So don't come here today and say that the PNM will not support us. Very disappointed in the Attorney General when he said in his statement to have making reference to the opposition that, you know, you're going to respond to us in your regurgitated rhetoric. Mr. Attorney General, we supported the state of emergency. We supported the state of emergency. Go back to the Hansard, Mr. Attorney General, go back to the Hansard, and you will see that we on this side supported the state of emergency because we believe what the police were telling the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and we said that we will give you and we will support the declaration of a state of emergency so that you can deal with the specific threats. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General said nothing about these state of affairs in this country. It's very serious matters. Members of the judiciary, members of law enforcement, members of the DPP, their lives are being placed at risk. And this government must show the courtesy and the respect for members of the opposition and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Give us a full account on these threats and whether they exist. Give us. And if they do exist, we are prepared to support you. If they do exist, but you said absolutely nothing on these matters. Because no responsible legislator, no responsible member of parliament will come here, Mr. Speaker, and not support a state of emergency that was called to protect the lives of high public officials in this country. None of us. And that is the reason why I took my time at the start of my contribution to warn members of the government that you are now lacking in credibility and the people are no longer taking you seriously. Because whilst you are busy trying to tell the people of this country that we are operating in normal circumstances, go about your lives normal, you have members of the police service, the leadership of the police service suspending leave and calling out officers because they are not living in normal times. And it's the same thing for members of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. We are not living in normal time in this country. And be transparent, come forward, speak to the people, take the people in your confidence. You are the leaders, speak to the people with confidence. And when there is a vacuum of information, you leave room for mischief, Mr. Speaker. This country is lacking in leadership, and there's a vacuum of leadership in this country. There's a vacuum of leadership in this country, lacking in credibility. Tell us the reason why you call the state of emergency. when we were called to this extraordinary sitting of the Parliament, tell us, what is the present status of these matters? Tell us what it is about. But Mr. Speaker, things got very worse, you know. It got worse since the state of emergency was declared, you know, Mr. Speaker. Because during that time, the Attorney General or the Commissioner of Police said that there was no threat to the lives of public officials, or rather politicians. That's what the Commissioner of Police told us. But 2 hours after, the Attorney General, speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, told the media, well, if it wasn't, meaning the state of emergency, if it wasn't successful, you know, the building, or basically saying that, you know, that there were some rocket launchers that could have destroyed the Attorney General's office. But because he was standing there speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the state of emergency was successful.
That makes rocket launchers. I want to hear from you guys that, because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe over the rocket launcher company. Trinidad, I don't know. I want to know where they get the rocket launchers from and who manufactures rocket launchers. Does anybody know who builds rocket launchers? Who sells rocket launchers?
Praising what he's saying. The mere fact that I'm talking to you, that's what he said. The mere fact I'm talking to you, it shows that the state of emergency is successful. Conflicting what the Commissioner of Police told the country hours ago, you know. Because the Commissioner of Police said that they want to try.
I'm actually one of you guys. I'm half Indian, half the other side. Half black, half Indian. So I'm the best of both worlds. Sandra, welcome to the Slimy Show. Number one comment. Justification in the CNN give the population when the CNN call the echo. Direct threat against high levels of the mental system.
Threats to any politician. Undermining credibility, Mr. Speaker. That's the point. And when you lack credibility, the people will not believe anything that you say. And you had the opportunity here today to speak clearly to the people of Trinidad and Tobago in the midst of mayhem, bacchanal, and pandemonium. And again, you fail on that grade as well. Fail on that grade. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General spoke and he made reference to Jamaica and the use of states of emergencies in Jamaica to deal with gangs, gang violence, and what have you. But I thought that the Attorney General would have made reference to a very recent decision in the courts of Jamaica that literally said or struck down the use of state of emergencies to fight crime. Because you see, 1 minute it is to deal with a specific threat and not to fight crime, and another minute you boast and say, well, it is reducing crime. You can't have it both ways. You cannot speak. How much size of your mouth you will speak to the people of Trinidad and Tobago? We are not fools. Speak clearly and speak with confidence and speak truthfully to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And in 6 months, your credibility has gone to zero.
A half a minute plus your 15 minutes.
What's the voice note is 347-791-3311. Subscribe, follow us on the Workers' Rights 868 platform. On my channel at The Climate Show on YouTube. We're also broadcasting live on X the first time.
A couple of weeks ago,
Caribbean based live stream on the X platform. If you're viewing us on X, welcome the whole 11 of you on X. Welcome to the Slimy Show. Have international journalists speaking about it. That I follow that
This is a very bad actor sitting on top of the world's largest known reserves of oil, plus the critical minerals that will fuel the 21st century economy.
So he's just telling you why they're doing this. It's got nothing to do with him running fentanyl to the United States, because all the fentanyl comes from Mexico. It's got nothing to do with drug running. It's got to do with this guy is sitting on the biggest oil reserve in the world. So you know Trump is trying to overthrow Venezuela again. He tried to overthrow it in 2019 and install a puppet, Juan Guaido, so we could steal their oil. That's how the United States works. And back then, Tulsi Gabbard
side. Give this guy a like and follow. He's actually a comedian, believe it or not. And the reason I follow him is him and his team. I love the way they deliver. Actually, trying to build here on the right platform. Watch this entire video. Watch the entire format. Look at yes this is the best way to receive news, and I want to actually start doing this my platform. I want to try to a horrible
was against it. Remember this?
The United States has a disastrous history of military intervention and regime change around the world, which has brought suffering to millions of people. It's bankrupted our country, dishonored our troops, and it's undermined our national security. We must end this policy now before we get into yet another military conflict, this time in Venezuela. Now, President Trump and his administration have already instituted heavy sanctions on Venezuela. They've doubled down on their position that all options are on the table. I wholeheartedly support the Venezuelan people as they fight for a free and fair democracy. But the United States should not be in the business of intervening, of picking who should lead their country, and we certainly should not be threatening military action. Venezuela poses no threat to the United States. Congress has not authorized the United States to go to war in Venezuela, and there's no justification for our country to violate the sovereignty of the Venezuelan people. Now, the reality is that threats of U.S. military action and regime change in Venezuela is undermining ongoing efforts to convince North Korea to give up their nuclear weapons program, which exists because Kim Jong-un sees it as the only deterrent against U.S.-led regime change. Now, President Trump is promising North Korea we will not wage regime change war against them, but at the same time is simultaneously threatening regime change in Venezuela. North Korea is going to look at President Trump's actions, not at empty promises. The United States needs to stay out of Venezuela and let the Venezuelan people determine their own future.
That was in response to Donald Trump trying to overthrow Maduro in Venezuela in 2019. And she was right. But Donald Trump is back at it. He's bombing all the boats off of they put more sanctions on Venezuela. He sent military boats, naval boats, and down to Venezuela, and now they're bombing fishing boats off the coast of Venezuela, and he's going to start bombing inside Venezuela. That's what he
Look
said.
at the picture. Jimmy, look at that picture with Reagan smiling like a douchebag, like a ghost over his shoulder. That's intentional.
And so, and he's saying he's doing this to fight narco-terrorism. And I remind you, if you really think he's fighting narco-terrorism, as Combat says, if Venezuela were a narco state, Marco Rubio would be having smiling photo ops with its president. Ministers would be bribed, not sanctioned. U.S. firms would be plundering, not whining on CNN. And the only crime here is refusing to kneel. That's their crime. So Maduro and Venezuela will not kneel to Donald Trump and the U.S. economic hitmen, and they're going to keep the oil for their own country. And that can't. And if you think I'm lying, Donald Trump let the cat out of the bag. So that's Tulsi Gabbard in 2019. Here's Donald Trump in 2024 when he was running for president.
How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
And he's just like John McCain, just like Hillary Clinton when she did this in Libya. Remember this?
Yes, we came, we saw, he died. Didn't have anything to do.
And that's how they look at other countries. We go kill their leaders and we wreck their countries. Here is the Max Blumenthal tweets out the State Department stenographers at 60 Minutes are attempting to normalize U.S. state terrorism and the assassination of Nicolas Maduro. Their justification is Maduro's designation as the leader of a cartel created in the 1990s by the CIA, which no longer exists. So let's listen. This is what they said.
There's three ways this can go, according to a lot of the people that we spoke to, which is he packs his bags and leaves, or he's picked up. There's this big bounty for his arrest. So he could be picked up. That's number two. Or he can meet his maker. It's not a question of if, but a question of when.
So they just say that right on 60 Minutes, like, hey, we're going to overthrow this country, and if we have to kill him, we're going to kill him. And 60 Minutes is like, oh, that's good news. Good to hear. And here's friend Nick Cruz, the former ambassador to Venezuela, let the cat out of the bag.
And a journalist that follow. He is a communist now. He was something else before. Like once you start learning about politics, you will abandon parties. By Nick, all of you partisan become more educated, learned. Following me?
And told you what it's really about. Again, you got Trump saying what it's really about. You got Tulsi saying what it's, and now we have the former ambassador to Venezuela telling you what it's really about. Nick Cruz caught it. Let's watch.
Neocon war criminals are going on TV and openly explaining how they plan to violate international law in order to destabilize and destroy Venezuela.
If I was Maduro, I'd head to Russia or China right now.
Because
his days are numbered. Something's going to happen. Whether it's internal or external, I think something's going to happen.
There's three ways this can go, according to a lot of the people that we spoke to, which is he packs his bags and leaves, or he's picked up. There's this big bounty for his arrest. So he could be picked up. That's number two. Or he can meet his maker. It's not a question of if, but a question of when.
Our ruling class is filled with gangsters, man. They go on air and they just openly admit their own crimes. These are the same people who support Israel murdering children and sanction the International Criminal Court in order to protect their war criminal buddies. But they want to convince us that Nicolas Maduro is this uniquely evil tyrant. The United States is ran by a ruling class who spend their time protecting pedophiles while committing fraud against their own people. But they want us to support war against Maduro? Most of the time they try to convince us to hate Nicolas Maduro and Venezuela because of nonsense about human rights or drug trafficking. But it's always refreshing when they say the quiet part out loud, like this guy did.
This is a very bad actor sitting on top of the world's largest known reserves of oil, plus the critical minerals that will fuel the 21st century economy.
So he's just telling you why they're doing this. It's got nothing to do with him running fentanyl to the United States because all the fentanyl comes from Mexico. It's got nothing to do with drug running. It's got to do with this guy is sitting on the biggest oil reserve in the world, and he's got all these minerals, which the 21st century economy is going to be run on. So we have to obviously go in and overthrow him and give their natural resources to the economic hitmen. And who is that guy? He's the former ambassador from the United States to Venezuela, and he just said it out loud.
Was he the guy that had to go blow?
What accurately on the facts.
This is a very bad
Nicolas Maduro and Venezuela because of nonsense about human rights or drug trafficking. But it's always refreshing when they say the quiet part out loud, like this guy did.
This is a very bad actor sitting on top of the world's largest known reserves of oil, plus the critical minerals that will fuel the 21st century economy.
So he's just telling you why they're doing this. It's got nothing to do with him running fentanyl to the United States.
Yo, are you fucking kidding me? I've been talking all this time and the mic was off. Son of a bitch, yo. That's why you guys gotta comment. Thank you, Fearless, man. Holy fucking shit.
Because all the fentanyl comes from Mexico. It's got nothing to do with drug running. It's got to do with this guy
Thank you,
is
Fearless.
sitting on the biggest oil reserve in the world, and he's got all these minerals, which the 21st century economy is going to be run on. So we have to obviously go in and overthrow him and give their natural resources to the economic hitmen. And who is that guy? He's the former ambassador from the United States to Venezuela, and he just said it out loud.
Was he the guy that had to go blow Maduro for oil back when they put those stupid sanctions on Russia?
I wonder if
and had
they
to
did.
beg?
I wonder if that was the guy. But here, there's more to this.
And he's in bed with our strategic competitors.
And how has he been able to cling to power for as long as he has?
I mean, let's be very clear. This is a criminal organization masquerading as a government.
That's the former United States ambassador to Venezuela openly admitting that we're hostile to Nicolas Maduro because he has the largest oil reserve and he refused to be a puppet of the United States.
That's right.
But the fact that this is a war that the United States is trying to start with Venezuela over false pretexts is exactly what the American people realize, which is why majority of the American people oppose war against Venezuela. That's exactly.
Are you fucking kidding me? So I was cussing out Sandra for the past hour and she didn't hear a word that I'm saying? Or Indian King or Kishan Ali? Or Stephen Ramdani? None of y'all heard what the fuck up? Yo, fuck you guys in the chat for not telling me my audio is not working, man. So I'm talking all this shit for all this time and nobody said nothing. Come on, man. That is UNC supporters for you, huh? That is UNC supporters right there. They will see you freaking not delivering your freaking news, and they will watch you fucking shit yourself on live. Thank you, people. My God, man.
60 Minutes are running unchallenged pro-war propaganda in order order to justify military action.
So I'm talking for a whole fucking hour and nobody in the chat said nothing. What the fuck?
Against Nicolas Maduro. Hands off Venezuela, you imperialist scum.
Well said by Nick Cruz. Well said. That's exact. So the American people are against Trump overthrowing and starting a war with Venezuela, which is why CBS News, now under the direction of Barry Weiss, who is a Zionist maniac, is running pro-war pieces like that on 60 Minutes, CBS News. And that's exactly what Tone Police says. The Barry Weiss era of CBS has begun. So now
not just that, Jimmy. First of all these media stations, the one Barry Weiss is on, that's Larry Ellison bought them all.
That's right.
All of them merged to So you know when anti-Semites go, Jews control the media? No, that's not true. Jew controls the one named Larry Ellison.
So here is Rand Paul to also disagree with Donald Trump. So you got Tulsi Gabbard, you got Rand Paul. He's going to tell you what's actually happening in Venezuela and why Trump is killing all those people in the fishing boats, and it's against our Constitution. And he tells you the truth about it and how
we have dangerous people in a lot of American cities, but we just don't go in and shoot them. I mean, we have trials, they get legal representation.
So if they're really running drugs, that's what Trump is doing this under the idea that they're narco terrorists and we have to go kill them and bomb their country because they're narco terrorists. Well, he's here to remind you, a sitting senator, that, hey, by the way, that's a criminal offense. If someone is running drugs, you're supposed to arrest them and give them a trial. But that's not what Donald Trump's doing. Okay, here we go.
We have dangerous people.
Oh, on that news, ding, ding, ding. So, are you freaking kidding me? I've been talking for the whole hour and a half that I've been online, and you guys have not been hearing me, and no one in the chat said nothing. God bless you, UNC supporters. God bless you all. Oh my God, they will just watch you crash and freaking burn, huh? Anyway, man, God bless you. What was? Let me not get vexed. Back to Jimmy though. So anyway, if you guys didn't hear me, this guy is one of the best independent journalists on the planet, or at least based in the United States. Jimmy Doe, you guys like and follow. He is one of the journalists that I follow and I look up to. Also Nick Cruz, who you've seen before. Those two guys. So I'm actually trying to model my show kind of like what Jimmy Dore does. He's a comedian that delivers his message to the people in a funny and light manner. And the exact presentation that this guy have is what I'm trying to duplicate on my platform. Sorry about the mic before you guys. Thank you for alerting me, Fearless.
A lot of American cities, but we just don't go in and shoot them. I mean, we have trials, they get legal representation, and even on the high seas, it's been that way for generations. If you go off the coast of
so you guys didn't hear me when I responded to frickin' Stephen Ramdani? All right, Stephen Ramdani said it in the chat. It could be precautions for a planned coup, not necessarily the U.S.-Venezuelan war. So you guys didn't hear my response for that? If, like, you know, let's come back to this later. Let's just focus on the video right now. I'll respond to the chat after in a little while. If you guys didn't hear my responses before.
Miami, the Coast Guard will be stopping boats today, and about 25% of the boats that they stop, that they're suspicious of drugs, there won't be any drugs on board. So 25% of the time the suspicion is wrong, and that's why we don't shoot and just blow up boats off of Miami, but neither should we be blowing them up off the coast of Venezuela. Number one, there is no fentanyl made in Venezuela. Not just a little bit, there's none being made in Venezuela. These are outboard boats that in order for them to get to Miami would have to stop and refuel 20 times. They're in all likely going to Trinidad and Tobago, which is an island right off of the coast of Venezuela.
Trinidad has hit the international stage.
But number one is the broader principle of when can you kill people indiscriminately? When you're at war. That's why when we declare war, it's supposed to be done by Congress. It's supposed to be thoughtful. It's supposed to be debated. And we're not supposed to do it willy-nilly. And then when you have war, you just kill people in the war zone. And even then there are rules of engagement. But interdicting drugs has always been a criminal activity and a criminal anti-crime sort of activity where we don't just summarily execute people. We actually present evidence and convict them.
And what Trump is doing right now is just killing people without a trial, saying they're drug dealers. Well, guess what? This guy did this in the Philippines,
and he's in jail.
And now he went and killed what he said was drug traffickers. And what
So
they're
guess
doing
what?
is now the.
Don't tell anybody this. The word is out on the grapevine that Kamala Prasad-Bissessar is going to be referred to the ICC for war crimes. For her sanctioning these murders that are happening within her borders, with her permission, with her co-signing, she is going to be referred to the International Criminal Court for war crimes. I heard that from a source yesterday. So this is how bad things are with you, Trinidad and Tobago. So this guy, Rodrigo Duterte, he is doing something similar to what your Prime Minister and Donald Trump is doing, where they just willy-nilly killing people, and not even with proof. They just randomly blowing up boats in the water and saying that they're drug dealers, and they're not providing any proof to us. Duterte was doing this on like a different scale. You know, if you guys want to learn about that, I could give you a tutorial on what the stuff Duterte was doing. But he right now is in prison in The Hague for crimes against humanity. What is happening right now within the borders, because the second strike happened within the borders of Trinidad and Tobago. I want you guys to remember this. I said this an hour ago. Apparently you guys didn't hear me then. The second boat strike that Donald Trump conducted with this whole nonsense happened within the borders of Trinidad and Tobago. And the president of Colombia sent a message out to Kamala Prasad-Bissessar that you should go try to retrieve the bodies of the deceased, right? And what did your leader, Trinidad and Tobago, what did your leader say to what was her response? She said that my government have more important things to do, and we would not be involving ourselves in the retrieval of corpses. How disgusting. So now the president of Colombia is looking to refer Kamala Prasad-Bissessar to The Hague for war crimes. Well done, Trinidad and Tobago. You have made it.
ICC,
you have arrived.
The International
Congratulations.
Criminal Court
This is what you voted
is charging
for.
that guy with killing people without giving him a trial. Former Philippines president has been charged with crimes against humanity by the ICC. The 80-year-old is accused of being criminally responsible for dozens of murders that allegedly took place as part of his so-called war on drugs, during which thousands of small-time drug dealers, users, and others were killed without trial.
Yep.
So exactly what Donald Trump is doing right now off the coast of Venezuela, this guy did in the Philippines, and they're now charging him at the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity.
Yep.
So that's
So
what,
pay
this is what your country has come to.
pay attention, Trinidad and Tobago, pay attention. Wake up, 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 wake up. You're hearing this again now on the Slimy Show. Wake up, wake up, fearless, wake up. All right. Notice now in the media that when people like Sean, so was a question about these boat strikes, the message they are clearly trying to say, oh, this happened in international waters, this happened in international waters, this happened in international waters. Notice that they're pushing that message to you now, right? You're noticing that, right? Come on, because they are trying to spin now, because of Kamla Prasad Bissasa's mouth, that she's now got her into the international court. Look into her. Her mouthpieces are now trying to spin for her and saying that, oh, Kamla never said that. That's not what she meant. Oh, all of this stuff happened in international waters. We ain't got nothing to do with that. If a strike happened in Ukraine in international waters in Ukraine, you go ask me about that? What kind of stupid question is that? This is now the message that the government is trying to push to you. Pay attention. Your leader is in some hot
Donald
water
Trump,
right
no matter
now.
who you vote for, you get John McCain. You get regime change wars. And by the way, 40% of Americans are now food insecure.
You hearing this
And just so
here?
you know, half the country can't afford a $500
Hold up.
emergency.
You hearing this here first time live on the Slimy Show, broadcast on the Workers' Right platform, that papers are being filed against your leader Kamla Prasad Bisasa in the International Criminal Court for war crimes. She is a criminal. What she is doing is criminal. What she is doing to the country is criminal.
70% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. This is what they're doing.
Let me rewind. I'll
They're
keep
bombing
talking over
Iran.
Jimmy.
They're
Sorry, brother. Let me
during
rewind
which
up.
thousands of small-time drug dealers, users, and others were killed without trial. So exactly what Donald Trump is doing right now off the coast of Venezuela, this guy did in the Philippines, and they're now charging him at the International Criminal Court.
But you see, the problem is you cannot charge Donald Trump with these crimes because he is not a member of the ICC. They're not a signer to that. But guess who is? Trinidad and Tobago. Kamla Prasad Bisasa SC Senior Counsel. Someone need to check this woman and her law license and how she get her law license for real. And why is she labeled Senior Counsel? Why you guys have this label on this woman SC? Because with that kind of label, you would expect her knowledge of international law would be better than mine. Right? Kamla Prasad
crimes against humanity. So this is what your country has come to under Donald Trump. No matter who you vote for, you get John McCain. You get regime change wars. And by the way, 40% of Americans are now food insecure. And just so you know, half the country can't afford a $500 emergency. 70% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. This is what they're doing.
Superpower
They're bombing
United
Iran.
States.
They're bombing Yemen. They're in bed with Al Qaeda in Syria. They're trying to overthrow Venezuela. They're giving $40 billion to Argentina. They're not giving $40 billion to Americans. Americans are in food lines right now because of the government shutdown. That's actually happening.
Yep.
They're not sending $40 billion to Americans. And so this is what you're supposed to do when someone does what Donald Trump is doing. You're supposed to put him on trial at the ICC. But it won't happen because the United States has the most powerful military in the world. That's why we're overthrowing Venezuela. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have to go to prison. So yeah.
Kamla don't have those guns though.
Nice country you got there. And just to let you know, Donald Trump is doing exactly the same thing every other president has ever done. They overthrow countries in South and Central America at the behest of American hitmen. You want me to show you how many people?
Here's every South American country which has had its government overthrown by the CIA since 1947. Costa Rica in 1948, Guatemala 1954, El Salvador 1979, Nicaragua 1981, Panama 1989, Paraguay 1954, Brazil 1964, Peru 1968, Chile 1973, Uruguay 1973, Argentina 19...
Congratulations, Trinidad and Tobago. This is the government that your government decided to partner with. I need an applause song track. Renaissance, get that for me.
1976, and Venezuela in 2002.
And Iraq in 2003, Afghanistan in 2002,
and Grenada
Syria
in 1984.
in 24, Libya
Grenada.
in 2010. We could keep going. Let's remember what
And
Tulsi
we will forever.
Tulsi Gabbard said throughout history, every time the U.S. topples a foreign country's dictator and government, that outcome has been disastrous. Civil war, military intervention in Venezuela will wreak death and destruction to Venezuelan people and increase tensions that threaten our national security. She said that the first time Trump was trying to overthrow Venezuela in 2019.
So job creation, basically.
So hopefully, I know this is painful for people who like Trump, for MAGA who like Trump, but most of the MAGA I know are against this kind of stuff.
That's true.
But if you're not, I know it's painful for you to realize that Donald Trump is John McCain.
Yep.
He didn't cut the money that Doge found. He just gave that money to the Pentagon, an extra $200 billion to a Pentagon that can't pass an audit, and he knows it. They were giving them $800 billion, and they couldn't pass the audit, so Trump gave him an extra $200 billion. He didn't give it to you. He didn't give it to states. He didn't give it to America. He didn't give it to workers. He didn't give it to people bankrupted by health care. He didn't give people bankrupted by student loans, people who are in food lines, people who can't afford a $500. He didn't do anything. He didn't build you a park or a hospital or a drug treatment center or a library or new schools or hire more teachers.
And pay attention to how this guy used to be pro Donald Trump. He was like me. He used to be pro Donald Trump. He is criticizing his own government, something you UNC supporters need to learn how to do. If you need to become independent-minded, like snap out of that fucking mind hole that they have on you, and learn to criticize your own government. All right. There was a reason why you voted into the UNC, not because you wanted to see the Indians in power. There was a reason why you voted this evil, corrupt, nasty, traitorous government into power, because you wanted to see better for Trinidad and Tobago. You wanted to see stuff actually being done for the people. So now that you're seeing this stuff being betrayed, it is your job as a supporter, as a UNC supporter, to want to see better for your party, because you voted them in to make change for the country. Not this kind of destructive change that is happening now, but you voted them to see change for the people. You would have wanted to see the UNC government, when they come in, actually using the resources of the country to betterment the country. That is the stuff you guys were saying all the time in the chat. So now why, when they come in and they're doing shit, you don't have the balls to come up and say, hey, you're doing shit? That is your job as a citizen. You are not supposed to follow a politician. You are not supposed to honor a politician. You are not supposed to serve a politician. A politician is supposed to serve you. Understand that. So this guy was a fervent supporter of President Trump, and he had a big influence, a big role to play in getting Trump elected, because he has a massive following. So once again, Jimmy Dore on YouTube, follow him. Jimmy Dore, I'm a big fan. I love you. Please don't give me a copyright strike for using your content. I said this earlier in the video. Love you. Big up to Jimmy Dore. Like and follow this man. So you UNC supporters listening, because I know this is a UNC channel, and a lot of you will be pissed off to actually hear me speaking on the workers' rights platform, because this used to be pro-UNC in the past. Be like this guy. Learn to criticize your government.
No, he just gave it to weapons manufacturers.
Jimmy, Argentina's fighting for its life right now. Stop saying Argentina's fine.
He gave $40 billion to Argentina. He's not going to give $40 billion to America. He will give $200 billion to the military-industrial complex. The
military-industrial complex stole already $2 trillion every few years already.
He will give billions and billions of dollars to Israel. He will give hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine. He's still funding Ukraine, Donald Trump.
Whoopsies.
Guess what? Ukraine has health care.
You pay for it, assholes.
You pay for it.
Government medicine. I don't want the government to run the medicine unless it's Israel and Ukraine and all.
And it's our money. And it's our money. Okay, I know you don't like, some people don't like to hear this information, but
suck it up, Buttercup.
Suck it up, Buttercup. This is real. This is the only way you can break the oligarchy is by coming to realize the truth about what Donald Trump is actually doing right now.
They're supposed to be loyal
That's
to
right.
you. You're not,
The only way you can break the control that this government has on you is to realize what they are doing to you. Wake up and realize the truth on what they're doing to you. Stop listening to these brainwashers that you turn into in the morning, the Ground Report and all these other shows that push this UNC propaganda that have you fucking speaking for Trinidad to get bombed. What is wrong with you people? Like seriously, you need to break out of that stupor that you're in.
not supposed to be loyal to them.
100%. You're not
How
supposed.
many times do you have to hear that?
How many
People say,
times
"I'm
do you
loyal
have to hear
Trump."
it?
Well, you're not supposed to be loyal to. This is the only way you can break the oligarchy is by coming to realize the truth about what Donald Trump is actually doing right now.
They're supposed to be loyal to you. You're not supposed to be loyal to them.
100%. You're not
How
supposed.
many times do you have to hear that?
People say I'm loyal to Trump. Well, you're not supposed to be loyal to a politician, numbnuts. A politician is supposed to be loyal to you.
You hear that,
You know
numbnuts?
what they said with
And when the
out to you?
politician
You hear that,
goes
numbnuts?
against to
You
realize
UNC
the truth about
supporter,
what
you
Donald
UNC
Trump is
numbnuts,
actually
do you
doing
hear
right now.
that?
They're supposed to be loyal to you. You're not supposed to be loyal to them.
100%. You're not
How many
supposed.
times do you have to hear that?
People say I'm loyal to Trump. Well, you're not supposed to be loyal to a politician, numbnuts. A politician is supposed to be loyal to you.
You know,
And
like
when
they
the po-
said with
And when the
out to you?
politician goes against what they told you they were going to do,
correct,
they are now being disloyal to you, and you are now supposed to call them out as an American.
Yes.
You're
As a
like fat
Trinidadian.
spinster in love with a prisoner.
You're supposed to stand up for yourself. You're supposed to stand up for America against politicians who are breaking their promises and doing the exact opposite of what they campaigned on. I did it with AOC, Bernie Sanders, and the squad. Now it's your turn to do it with Donald Trump. Okay, if you want to see me make jokes about this, come see me in Australia.
This is a very bad.
Jimmy Doe, ladies and gentlemen, big up to Jimmy Doe. Thank you, Jimmy Doe, for actually highlighting the stuff that's happening in Venezuela. It's very important, and I encourage you guys to follow him. What is this? So, ladies and gentlemen, the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is mobilized. How you guys feeling tonight? How you guys feeling when you wake up in the morning? You know, someone said something in the chat that got me a little hopeful. And I pray this is true. That the military is going to take over in Trinidad. That we're going to have a Trini Abraham Traore emerge. That is why they have this emergency, this mobilization that's happening. It's a good. I love you guys, you conspiracy theorists guys in the chat. You know, because that's the mindset that I have. So someone in the chat said it could be precautions for a planned coup, not necessarily U.S.-Venezuela war. So who is planning to do a coup in Trinidad? Would it be the military? That would be the only. You know what? If that was to happen, that would be the only thing that could get us out of this mess that we're in right now. If like a new Abraham Traore arose, like let's say let's say the military just left. This boat just pulled out of our ports and they gave the instructions to the Trinidad Regiment. Let's just say let's suppose here. Let's hope and wonder and pray. What if the instructions that was given to the Trinidad Regiment was go to war, and they don't want to go to war, and they're now saying among themselves, you know what, let's take control of this government, let's right this ship. At this point in time, that would be the only thing that could save Trinidad from the path that it's on. The military takes control and say, hey, United States, go home, Yankee, go home, we don't want you here. We are now realigning ourselves with the government of Venezuela. Venezuela, we apologize to you. We are now the best of friends. We don't want U.S. troops on our soil. We are not trying to fight no war with you. We want to maintain the zone of peace. The Trinidad military could actually do that. And if that is what is happening, if that's why this mobilization is happening, God, please, Trinidad and Tobago, keep your fingers crossed. You're hearing this here for the first time on the Slimy Show and Workers' Right platform. I'm not making statements, I'm just asking questions. I'm making suppositions. But pay attention to this video right here.
But, like I tell all you already know. I already tell all you what they shipping there, so. I tell all you already know. All you way ahead of Miss New Sari and that. Me know who he is, some MP there. Way as a big boy. And don't touch no ass, international waters, and they don't have to share anything with us. They committing war crime, they murdering people in the blasted water and saying it's drugs, and they're showing evidence of one piece of drugs. That is murder.
Right
that
thinking, Trini.
Geneva
This is a right thinking, Trini.
It breaks UN sanctions. So they're breaking the blasted law. And yes, with your big bald fat ass, you have to tell them, because it involves Trinidadians. It involves Tobagonians. Because when war started coming to we.
Hear that again. Start over.
We as a big boy. And don't touch no ass, international waters, and they don't have to.
He talking about the Sobers guy.
They committing war crime, they murdering people in the blasted water and saying it's drugs, and they're showing evidence of one piece of drugs. That is murder. That goes against the Geneva Convention, and it breaks UN sanctions. So they're breaking the blasted law. And yes, with your big bald fat ass, you have to tell them, because
funny
it
hairline.
involves Trinidadians. It involves Tobagonians. Because when war started coming to we, it ain't going to America. It coming to Trinbago. So yes, you have to open your blasted mouth and say something. And now Miss Kamala, now she gonna hibernate. You ain't gonna see she blasted. I don't even feel this sari shop go see she now, eh? Brand new sari, you ain't gonna see she at all. Because I tell all you what was coming, I tell you. I tell all you, make sure you have. I tell you, make sure you have. I say, make sure. Oh, God. Can say something. And now Miss Kamala, now she gonna hibernate. You ain't gonna see she blasted. I don't even feel this sari shop go see she now, eh? Miss brand new sari, you ain't gonna see she at all. Because I tell all you what was coming, I tell you. I tell all you, make sure you have. I tell you, make sure you have. I say, make sure. Listen, this is the last second you have to go and make sure you have, eh? The very last second. Maduro say he is at war with Trinidad and Tobago. Colombia will be backing up Venezuela. So will Cuba.
And Brazil.
After Russia flew that cargo plane to Venezuela, they left from Venezuela and landed in Cuba.
Pay attention.
Remember the
right thinking Trini here.
If you don't know what that is, take a second and go and look it up. Look it up. This is not going to be a small thing. This will be a major incident. Every Venezuelan from 18 to 60 is required by law to serve 18 months in the military. That is a 1.5 year military service.
I don't know if that's true or not. I have to check that out. I don't know if that's true or not.
I have over 100,000 Venezuelans in Trinidad right now. It ain't gonna take nothing to get some gun from Venezuela right to Trinidad. Nothing at all. And Miss blasted new sari, all you can get a gun in your house to protect your house. But them could get it.
New sari. Oh God.
Miss Kamala, and I know you're not watching, but I hope you're watching. And I hope somebody who know you watching this. Pay attention, darling. You handedly
Single-handedly.
are destroying Trinidad and Tobago. And I am not saying that lightly. You are responsible for any death or destruction that happened in Trinidad and Tobago. And you should be held criminally responsible.
Yes. Pay attention to that. Let me hear that again.
You want to
any death that happens in Trinidad and Tobago from any kind of, even if it's Venezuela, United States, whatever, any death that happens because of the mouth of this woman, she needs to be held responsible. Her and her government and her mouthpieces and everybody that is supporting this. Even Gary Griffith now. That's another video. Gary Griffith on the sidelines talking the same bullshit too. But everybody that supported this nonsense needs to be held accountable. Pay attention to this man, this right-thinking Trini here. What the hell? I hate when I do that.
Why they have a war on China?
Crap.
But like I tell all
Let's
you,
do
all
a story about that, guys.
already know. All you already know. I already tell all you what they shipping there. So I tell all you already know. All you way ahead of Miss New Sari and that. Me know who he is. Some MP there. Way as a big boy. And don't touch no ass. Oh, international waters, and they don't have to share anything with us. They committing war crime. They murdering people in the blasted water. And saying it's drugs, and they're showing evidence of one piece of drugs. That is murder. That goes against the Geneva Convention. And it breaks UN sanctions. So they're breaking the blasted law. And yes, with your big, bald, fat ass, you have to tell them. Because it involves Trinidadians. It involves Tobagonians. Because when war started coming to we.
Like and share, people. Like and share. Like and share.
It coming to Trinbago.
We need to spread this message wide and far.
And now Miss Kamala, now she gonna hibernate. You don't go see she blast. I don't even feel this sari shop go see she now, eh? Miss brand new sari, you ain't go see she at all. Because I tell all you what was coming, eh? I tell you. I tell all you make sure you have. I tell you make sure you have. I say make sure. Listen. This is the last second you have to go and make sure you have it. The very last second. Maduro say he is at war with Trinidad and Tobago. Colombia will be backing up Venezuela.
That's right. And Brazil.
So will Cuba.
And Brazil. And Mexico.
After Russia flew that cargo plane to Venezuela, they left from Venezuela and landed in Cuba. Remember the Bay of Pigs? If you don't know what that is, take a second and go and look it up. Look it up. This is not going to be a small thing. This will be a major incident. Every Venezuelan from 18 to 60 is required by law to serve 18 months in the military. That is a year and a half military service. Every Venezuelan, man and woman. And it have over 100,000 Venezuelans in Trinidad right now. It will take nothing to get some gun from Venezuela right to Trinidad. Nothing at all. And Miss Blasted New Sari, all you can get a gun in your house to protect your house. But them could get it. Miss Kamala, and I know you're not watching, but I hope you're watching. And I hope somebody who know you watching this. Pay attention, darling. You single-handedly are destroying Trinidad and Tobago. And I am not saying that lightly. You are responsible for any death or destruction that
That's
happens
right.
in Trinidad
That is
and
right.
Tobago.
That is right.
And
Pay
you
attention,
should be held
Trini.
criminally responsible. You don't want to fix the country. You want to destroy the country. You want to ruin the country so that you can hand it over for American control. That is what you want. That is what you're doing. And you putting every Trinidadian at risk. Every Tobagonian at risk. Every Grenadian at risk. Every Jamaican, St. Lucian, Dominican, Martinique, Antigua, Barbuda, Bahamas, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, all the way down through the blasted Caribbean. You putting every Caribbean life at risk for your own blasted selfishness.
Yes. Preach,
You're
brother,
blasted
preach.
greedy. You're too greedy. And I should have known that you're $500,000 on roti. I should have known you're greedy. Madam, you're blasted greedy, you're selfish, and you're self-destructive. If you want to destroy yourself, that is your blasted business. But now, you're bringing war to Trinidad and Tobago. You bringing war to my brothers and sisters. And you were elected to help
She should
fix
pay.
the country.
She should pay. Yo, you have no idea how vexed I am, people.
You were put there to fill your pocket and to hand over all of our resources to American corporate interests.
I said that.
That is what you were put there for. And after you destroy this, after this war starts, and you pull Trinidad and Tobago out from CARICOM, you will have no choice but to sign a bilateral agreement. And that bilateral agreement will include Canada, United Kingdom, and America. All of those are currently controlled by America. Even the King of England, when he met with Donald Trump and he was walking past his National Guards, the king is supposed to walk in front. Where was the king? Walking behind Donald Trump.
Wait. This gets. I love the way this man thinks. I love the way this man thinks. Pay attention to every word this man says. And I encourage you guys to rewind this video and watch it again and again and again and again and again and pong this into your head. Preach. This man is preaching right now, and I love every word he's saying. What he just said about the King of England and Donald Trump, that's you know what, I will actually do a presentation on that in the future. It deals with the level that England has over the control of America and American intelligence services. Do you guys know that the President of the United States is not the #1 declassification authority? Did you know that? The President of the United States is not, and I know you might hear this in the news and the media, that the President has the ultimate declassification authority and he can declassify any document he wants. Do you know that is not true? That there are six levels of classification above the President of the United States. Did you know that? And the higher levels of the intelligence service in the United States is based in Britain. It's based in England. So England has the ultimate declassification authority over classified documents in America. But that is a class that I'm going to give. If you guys are interested in learning these kind of things, because this is America, is more America based and has nothing to do with Trinidad and Tobago, you may think. But if this is something that you want to learn, because I'm really deep into these conspiracy theories, or so-called conspiracy theories, conspiracy facts, let me know. But let's rewind a little bit from this brother, because I love hearing Trinis like this speak, and you know what, when I go onto shows like the Ground Report or the Corridor Transformation and hear those shows with those two so-called black men that are selling out their people, that are
and corporate interest. That is what you were put there for. And after you destroy this, after this war starts, and you pull Trinidad and Tobago out from CARICOM, you will have no choice but to sign a bilateral agreement. And that bilateral agreement will include Canada, United Kingdom, and America. All of those are currently controlled by America. Even the King of England, when he met with Donald Trump and he was walking past his National Guards, the king is supposed to walk in front. Where was the king? Walking behind Donald Trump. Donald Trump single-handedly bankrupting Canada with the help of the dotish government there. You single-handedly destroying Trinidad and Tobago by handing away our national resources and thieving billions of dollars. You thief. Corruption, conflict of interest, embezzlement, and the list goes on. Madam, you like to hide. You go and hibernate, and then you go come and show off your new salary, and then you go spend the taxpayer money for your fete. You go fly around in private helicopter and all kind of thing, and people in Trinidad and Tobago messaging me and telling me them have no food. My Trinbagonian brothers and sisters don't have food, but you have blasted money for helicopter. And you feel we resources is for your government's use. Madam, the resources of Trinidad and Tobago belong to Trinidad
and Tobago.
Not to you.
Preach, brother, preach.
You work for we.
Yo, I love
We
to
don't
hear
work
people
for
like
you.
this speak.
And now you bring in war to we blasted country. And it's we go pay for it, not you, because you go and check up in your big house.
This is the first time I'm hearing this
And when
speech.
things get real bad.
Big up to whoever sent me this speech. I don't have your name. All I have is a number on WhatsApp. Thank you for whoever sent me this video. This guy is freaking amazing. I can listen to this man talk all night long. Let's give some praise to this. Who is this guy? Who is this man? I love this. I love hearing this speech. Thank you for whoever sent this to me. And please keep sending me more content like this.
Andy, let's go.
Any content that you want like this, that you want me to show to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that you think is good, send it to the number 347-791-3311 on WhatsApp. I'm really enjoying this. I'll make the admission that I didn't preview watch this. I only watched like the first 15 seconds, and I give this the determination that yeah, this is a good video to play. But this, I'm really enjoying what this man is saying, man. This is amazing.
Goes on, madam.
I really love this. Thank you for whoever sent this to me.
You go and hibernate, and then you go come and show off your new salary, And then you go spend the taxpayer money for your fete. You go fly around in private helicopter and all kind of thing. And people in Trinidad and Tobago messaging me and telling me them have no food.
While her MPs are driving around in 2025 Mercedes Benzes and jamming Jamaican music. Did you see the video that I played yesterday? Tune into the live that I showed you guys yesterday with a very popular UNC MP pulling up in her black Mercedes Benz and jamming some Jamaican music. That what life so hard. What was the song? I'll play it for you after this, maybe if I'm in the mood, because my date is acting up in the text messages. She's in the Bronx and she wants to come to the Brooklyn. I'm supposed to pay for her Uber, and I'm saying I really not in the mood to see anybody right now. So we have a fight through text messages as this is happening.
My Trinbagonian brothers and sisters don't have food, but you have blasted money for helicopter. And you feel we resources is for your government's use. Madam, the resources of Trinidad and Tobago belong to Trinidad and
Tobago. Yes, preach!
Not to you.
Preach, brother, preach!
You work for we. We don't work for all you.
Preach!
And now you bring in war to we blasted country. And it's we go pay for it, not you. Because you go and chuck up in your big house. And when things get real bad, when it start to get hot, you go take off. You go get police escort you to the blasted airport.
You know that.
Up on your private plane.
You know that. You know that's going to happen, Trinidad and Tobago.
We to suffer.
You know that.
And leave my brothers and sisters to suffer. I fed up say this. I am a Trinidadian madam. And I am obligated to love my brothers and sisters in Trinbago. I do have a choice. I am obligated. And I am obligated to love my country.
God, this guy preaching to me.
But I don't have to love a nastiness like you and the blasted PNM.
Preach!
All you're destroying the country on purpose.
Wait, what did he just
on
say?
Purpose
Did
so
he
you
say
can hand it
PNM?
over to American obligated.
No, now he get me pissed off. Did he just mention PNM there? I didn't hear that right.
And I am obligated to love my country. But I don't have
Maybe
to
that's a
love
mistake.
nastiness like you and the blasted PNM. All you're destroying the country on purpose.
I think let's do a correction, because this is he speaking from his heart. Instead of saying PNM, I'm pretty sure he's referring to the UNC. So correction of this man words here.
I am obligated. And I am obligated to love my country. But I don't have to love a nastiness like you and the blasted PNM. All you're destroying the country on purpose. On purpose so you can hand it over to American interests. So they will control our resources and control our country. The only thing we have left is a blasted flag and an anthem because of all you.
Woo! This guy is preaching. This guy is preaching. He is preaching. He is preaching to me. On the Slimy Show, I asked the question, I think it was yesterday or the day before, if Trinidad gets bombed out, will BlackRock come to Trinidad and buy up all that bombed out property for pennies on the dollar, like they're doing in Ukraine? Is that what they have planned for Trinidad and Tobago? And the law, remember the first parliament meeting this evil, wicked government had? They implemented this law where something grandparents, something you could become a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. Didn't I tell you guys back then that this had nothing to do with serving the population of Trinidad and Tobago, and this was a law enacted to serve some elite somewhere? So here's me just asking questions, right? What if someone from BlackRock want to get Trinidad citizenship so he could just swoop in here and buy up cheap property? Because I do believe there is some kind of law in Trinidad and Tobago with foreign entities owning land. So a lot of you Trinis was asking questions. Why the frick would we care about having citizens from whatever, wherever get citizenship? And the excuse that the UNC government gave you was, oh, we want to import prime talent. We want to get the, some prime athletic talent into the country. Remember that's a bullshit excuse that they gave you? And y'all sucked it up and ate that up hook, line, and sinker, because that's the suckers you are. When there's actually bigger goals to this. And I've been saying this to you over and over and over. But finally we have a Trini, another right thinking Indian Trini. Love you, brother, coming out and saying this shit. And everything he's saying is what I say in my head. I have an obligation to love you. UNCPNM, I don't care who you are. I love you regardless of who you are. And I'm every word that this brother is saying is hitting me to my drunk core right now, because I'm actually very drunk. Let's carry on with this. I want to rewind a little bit because I'm enjoying hearing him so much.
You go take off. You go get police escort to the blasted airport, and you go jump on your private plane and take off.
Welcome, Vaughn.
And leave we
welcome,
to suffer.
Bluebird. Welcome, Fearless.
And leave my brothers and sisters to suffer. I fed up say this. I am a Trinidadian madam. And I am obligated to love my brothers and sisters in Trinbago. I do have a choice. I am obligated. And I am obligated to love my country. But I don't have to love a nastiness like you and the blasted PNM. All you're destroying the country on purpose. On purpose, so you can hand it over to American interests, so they will control our resources and control our country.
Correct.
The only thing we have left is a blasted flag and an anthem because of all you. And pretty soon, you're going to give that away too. So, madam, I hope you're hiding, and I hope you have your private security and protecting you. You're hiding good, and you have a good TV, so you can sit down and watch and see what's going to happen to Trinidadians and Tobagonians because of your nastiness, because of you. I tell you, Russia will get involved. I tell you that.
And North Korea now.
Colombia will get involved.
And now North Korea. North Korea made an announcement last night that if the United States attacks Venezuela, it will deploy nuclear weapons to Venezuela. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Did you hear me properly? North Korea made an announcement last night that if the United States were to attack the people of Venezuela, that North Korea will deploy nuclear weapons to Venezuela. They have been itching for this fight. Russia, Iran, China, they have been itching for this fight. They are itching for this fight because now they finally have a chance to fight the United States within its borders, where the United States can finally be touched. So now we have nuclear on the table. Not just Russia, because Russia hasn't said anything about nuclear weapons yet. But Kim Jong-un has. And he said hands off Russia. So we have the entire CARICOM, including Guyana, uniting with Venezuela. You have Colombia. You have Brazil. You have Mexico. You have Russia. You have Iran. You have China. And now you have North Korea. Where do you think India is in this equation? Because India is a member of BRICS, right? So you have basically now half of the entire planet on the side of Venezuela. This is not going to go well for the United States. I'm telling you this right now, and the United States knows this. This is why I believe in my heart that Donald Trump doesn't have. I don't want to bad talk Donald Trump. Donald Trump is smart enough to know that he should not launch any kind of military strike within the borders of Venezuela, because the consequences for doing that is bad, and it's just totally bad. Venezuela will hit back with full force. They have been preparing for this battle for 10 years, and the battle is finally at their doorstep. The country of Venezuela has finally transformed into a military revolutionary government. I played you guys the video last night. If you guys are paying attention, I don't like repeating myself, so if you guys want to keep up to where I'm at with my knowledge, just look at the prior videos that I made before. I spoke about all of this before. Catch up with me. Be like
And
me and this
we
guy.
will pay for it, not you, because you go and check up in your big house. And when things get real bad, when it start to get hot, you go take off. You go get police escort you to the blasted airport, and you go jump on your private plane and take.
And if you guys see this happening, lay your body in the street and prevent this woman from running away for the damage she caused. If you see they finally, after they start dropping bombs, that this woman finally packing up and trying to run away, lay your body in the street to prevent this from happening.
Take off and leave we to suffer, and leave my brothers and sisters to suffer.
Preach, brother, preach! Preach!
I fed up say this. I am a Trinidadian madam.
Preach!
And I am obligated to love my brothers and sisters in Trinidad. I do have a choice. I am obligated. And I am obligated to love my country. But I don't have to love a nastiness like you and the blasted PNL. All you're destroying the country on purpose. On purpose, so you can hand it over to American interests, so they will control our resources and control our country. The only thing we have left is a blasted flag and an anthem because of all you. And pretty soon,
Bridge,
you will give that away too. So, madam, I hope you're hiding, and I hope you have your private security and protecting you. You're hiding good, and you have a good TV, so you can sit down and watch and see what's going to happen to Trinidadians and Tobagonians because of your nastiness, because of you. I tell you, Russia,
I want you people to start getting vexed. I
I
want you to get vexed. You on the live, listen to this live. I want you to get vexed like this man here. I want you to get in your feelings. I want you to get vexed. I want you to see what is happening in Trinidad and get vexed. Like this man right here on the live. Let me rewind a little bit. God, he could preach to me all night long.
We don't work for you.
Oh God.
And now you bring in war to we blasted country. And it's we go pay for it, not you, because you go and check up in your big house. And when things get real bad, when it start to get hot, you go take off. You go get police escort you to the blasted airport, and you go jump on your private plane and take off. And leave we to suffer. And leave my brothers and sisters to suffer. I fed up say this. I am a Trinidadian madam, and I am obligated to love my brothers and sisters in Trinidad. I do have a choice. I am obligated. And I am obligated to love my country. But I don't have to love a nastiness like you and blasted PNM. All you're destroying the country on purpose.
That is a mistake.
So you can hand it
that is a mistake. I see you, Vaughn. That is a mistake. He is not reading from a script. He's speaking from his heart, and I'm pretty sure when he say PNM, he means the UNC, because he's talking. He is mentioning nothing but Kamna Prasad Besesa. So he's obviously that is a mistake. So he means to say UNC instead of PNM. Please, brother, let me rewind again. Let me rewind. I love hearing this guy talk, and he is actually one of the Indian persuasion. So this is beautiful to see that finally people are starting to wake up and break out of their stupor. That this government, this so-called Indian government that was put there to serve you, is not serving you. It is not serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Listen to this man. Listen to this brother preach.
And I should have known that $500,000.
I can listen to him all night long.
Know you're greedy. Madam, you're blasted greedy, you're selfish, and you're self-destructive. If you want to destroy yourself, that is your blasted business. But now, you're bringing war to Trinidad and Tobago. You bringing war to my brothers and sisters. And you were elected to help fix the country. Now, you were put there to fill your pocket and to hand over all of our resources to American corporate interests. That is what you were put there for. And after you destroy this, after this war starts, and you pull Trinidad and Tobago out from CARICOM, you will have no choice but to sign a bilateral agreement. And that bilateral agreement will include Canada, United Kingdom, and America. All of those are currently controlled by America. Even the King of England, when he met with Donald Trump and he was walking past his National Guards, the king is supposed to walk in front. Where was the king? Walking behind Donald Trump. Donald Trump single-handedly bankrupted Canada with the help of the dotish government there. You single-handedly destroying Trinidad and Tobago by handing away our national resources and thieving billions of dollars. You thief. Corruption, conflict of interest, embezzlement, and the list goes on. Madam, you like to hide. You go and hibernate. And then you go come and show off your new salary. And then you go spend the taxpayer money for your fete. You go fly around in private helicopter and all kind of thing. And people in Trinidad and Tobago messaging me and telling me them have no food. My Trinidadian brothers and sisters don't have food. But
what was the question, Bluebird? I don't see any question that you sent, Bluebird. The only comment I see from you is we're on a double-edged sword, which I agree to. My Wi-Fi did, but can you answer my question before? What's your question, Bluebird? Ask it. And Stephen Ramdani made this comment. It could be precautions for a planned coup, not necessarily the U.S.-Venezuela war. If that was You know what? If a coup was to happen in Trinidad right now, you know nobody would care, and everybody pretty much would be supporting that coup. You know that, right? We at that point, if the military, if this is all about the police and the military seizing control of Trinidad to save Trinidad from war, please God, if I will, you know what? I will become a Christian. I will become a Catholic again for tonight and say a prayer when I go to bed if what Stephen said is true, that the military is going to take over the Trinidad government. Please God happen. Please God, I've been praying for that. Why Maduro doesn't prove his innocent, that he isn't a drug lord when America accused him of it? What kind of dotish comment is that, Bluebird? You know what, Bluebird? Go back and listen. You know what? Scroll back to the beginning of this video. I actually spoke about that. If you was actually listening to me speak before, you wouldn't be coming in the chat and asking some dotish question like that. Nicolas Maduro is the elected president of Venezuela. He is not a drug lord. He is not a drug dealer. He has nothing to do with drugs. If anything, the government of Venezuela has one of the highest anti-drug policies in Central America. The amount of cocaine that he seizes on a yearly basis is stunning. So the United States has to paint Nicolas Maduro as some sort of criminal. For example, in Iraq, they had to say Iraq had weapons of mass destruction to justify the United States going into there and overthrowing that government. Saddam Hussein was actually let me, before I say what I'm gonna say. Where is it? Hold on. I just did this just now. Nicolas Maduro is doing right now, he had to be painted a demon, a criminal. So the excuse they gave was, oh, he's a dictator. He is killing his own people. He has weapons of mass destruction. They couldn't do the United States couldn't do the same thing with Maduro. They can't say that Nicolas Maduro has weapons of mass destruction. So the next obvious ploy they have was to do like what they did with Noriega and the guy from Panama. Yeah, Noriega. Label him a drug dealer. And then they could use the same tactics that they use with him, paint him as a demon in the eyes of, because this is all about selling a war to the people of the country. So if you paint another leader as a demon, as a drug dealer, instead of a leader of a country, it makes it easier for you to go in and overthrow him. Because you're not going to overthrow a government, you're going to overthrow a drug dealer. Right? Making sense? So the United States has to push this narrative that Nicolas Maduro is a dictator, he is evil to his people, he is oppressive, he's a narco trafficker, he is this, that, and the other. They have to paint him as something that he is not, in order to justify put the people, because the people of the United States eventually has the control, because we in the United States can overthrow the United States government if we actually got to that point. So we have the media. It's all one machinery. The United States military. It's all one big giant machinery that includes the media, includes reporters, includes the politicians. It's a whole wide network. So you will have this media pushing out these narratives that oh, he's a criminal or whatever. So like you, and then you have the these traitors in Trinidad coming and repeating that same narrative to you that, oh, Nicolas Maduro is a drug dealer, he's a traitor, he's the one that's involved with all the narco trafficking and responsible for all the crime in Trinidad. So we gotta fix crime. And they will have their media outlets, their potongs like the Ground Report, Heavy TC, all of these guys spread this message of the empire. Get it? Bluebird, do you understand now? So they have to paint Nicolas Maduro as a criminal, not as a revolutionary leader, not as someone who is continuing the legacy of Hugo Chavez. He has to be a criminal. And I want to ask you, it's not a perspective, this is fact. And I want to ask you a question. If Nicolas Maduro was a dictator, why is he allowing Marina Corina Machado to run around in his country freely and invite invasion and war and death and destruction onto the people of Venezuela? Why is he letting her run around freely instead of locking her up or doing stuff that like a dictator would do? Why is he doing that? Why is he so soft? Why is the opposition members allowed to? Because Marina Machado did this. She called out to Israel and asked Israel to invade her country. That Nobel Peace Prize winner, right? So anyway, let me. I don't want to go into my spiel too much. Let's listen to this wonderful Trini
You have blasted
continuous
money for
speech.
helicopter.
And yes, Saddam Hussein was a great leader. Put that into the bank. And if you want, I could do another presentation in the future about Iraq and how Iraq used to be in the pocket of the United States, but when he started rebelling and talking about sovereignty and going away from the United States dollar and forming their own currency based on gold, that's when he became the criminal and dictator and weapons of mass producer guy. So we just had to go take him out. The same agenda is the same imperialist agenda is what's happening here right now.
And you feel we resources
You're welcome, sir.
is for your government's use.
Thank you for learning.
Madam, the resources of Trinidad and Tobago belong to Trinidadians and Tobagonians, not to you. You work for we don't work for all you. And now you bring in war to we blasted country. And it's we can pay for it, not.
Oh, and one thing you guys should have learned, and you should have been learning this if you were paying attention, you should have learned, the United States justice system is not just. The stuff that they did to Donald Trump when he was running for the presidency, that was like the full example that the United States justice system is not. It's not fair. It's controlled by figures, right?
Because you go.
So he doesn't have to answer any questions. He's the leader. He's the sovereign leader of a country. He doesn't have to answer any freaking charges that the United States puts on him. Who is the United States? Who is the United States to Venezuela? Nicolas Maduro is the duly elected leader of the country of Venezuela. That is what you address him as. That is what you're supposed to think of him as. You think of him as a revolutionary great leader that supports the entire Caribbean.
Bunch of up in your big house. And when things get real bad, when it start to get hot, you go take off. You go get police escort you to the blasted airport, and you go jump on your private plane and take off. And leave we to suffer. and leave my brothers and sisters to suffer.
Preach!
I fed up say this. I am a Trinidadian madam, and I am obligated to love my brothers and sisters.
They
in
are a
Trinidad.
sovereign country.
I do have a choice. I am obligated, and I am obligated to love my country. But I don't have to love a nastiness like you and the blasted PNL. All you're destroying the country on purpose. On purpose, so you can hand it over to American interests, so they will control our resources and control our country. The only thing we have left is a blasted flag and an anthem because of all you. And pretty soon, you're going to give that away too. So, madam, I hope you're hiding, and I hope you have your private security and you're protecting you. You're hiding good, and you have a good TV, so you can sit down and watch and see what's going to happen to Trinidadians and Tobagonians because of your nastiness, because of you. I tell you Russia will get involved. I tell you that. I tell you Colombia will get involved. I tell you Cuba will get involved.
Mexico.
Tell you China will get involved.
Mexico, North Korea.
And I tell you the rest of Latin America will get involved.
Brazil.
I tell you that. I tell my
Trinidad is the odd man out.
Because nastiness like all you don't want to see a word. You don't want to see a word. You want a war. Well, madam, put on your blasted new sari and you go and fight the freaking war. You go and fight the kiss me ass war. Because we ain't want to fight for you. We are fighting for all your government. And I hope any military member in Trinidad and Tobago listen
to this.
Them government. Because them don't care about all you. They will send all you to your debt. And
it is time for the military to step up. They will send you to your death. And I said, I said this in 2 lives before. They will send you to your death. They come into Trinidad and they're training you on outdated drone technology that Russia already knows how to defeat. So any Trinidadian that think they want to go out there and become a drone operator to fight against Venezuela, you will get a rocket up your ass. Listen to this man. Listen to this Trini speak.
You go and fight the kiss me.
Don't listen to me. I'm slimy. You guys have been taught to hate me, but don't listen to me. Listen to this man.
That's all. Because we want to fight for you. We are fighting for all your government. And I hope any military member in Trinidad and Tobago listeners don't fight for them government. Because them don't care about all you. They will send all you to your debt and them go collect money from all you. They don't care about all you. They don't care about your brothers and sisters in Trinidad. They don't care. And you are your brother's keeper. Now you need to come together. Time up.
Time is up.
Time is up. I hope you have. And I hope you're ready. War coming. War coming. All my brothers and sisters in Trinidad, I love all you. I love all you too bad. All of we is one people, all of we is one island, all of we is one Caribbean, and I love all you too bad. Look after your brother and sister. Them ain't go do it. Together we aspire, together we achieve. But partner, I promise you divided all of we will fall. I promise you that.
Preach, brother.
Anyway, God bless all you. God keep all you. God guide all you. God keep all you safe. God open all your eyes to see the truth. God grant you strength and compassion. Love your brother and sister as you love yourself. God make all of we. That make all of we brother and sister. Love your brother and sister. No matter how we what, love your brother and sister.
The fuck?
God help Trinbago. God help you, we need it right now.
I hate this.
Take it easy, Jack.
Wow. Wow. There is nothing I can say that can top that. So, my brothers and sisters out there listening, I love you. Be safe. Like he said, God made all of us. We are all one. We need to come together. This is bad. The military men, you guys need to step up. If you guys are out there seeing what is happening, whoever's in charge of the military in Trinidad, we need a Abraham Traore. All right, guys. Wow. All right, guys, that's it. I don't think I could do any more. This whoa, this shit takes a toll on you, boy. So whoever sent me that video, thank you very much. That was a very powerful speech. Wow. Oh, look at this. Nah, boy. Nah, I gotta push on. I gotta push forward. Can I take a break for a second? Let me go wash my face off. I'll be right back. I gotta push on. Oh boy, I gotta push on.
Oof. Trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gun ban in your home. 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 Gun ban in your home.
Master. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gun ban in your home. 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 Gun ban in your home.
Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. How will you get low? How will you get low? And then I empty the clip, then I reload. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Living in your house, trying to raise your
All right,
family
I'm back.
in a law-abiding manner.
I'm back.
9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta stop crying on live, man.
Gun ban in your home. Gun ban in your Trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner.
Let's reduce the volume on that.
In the morning.
Yeah, I gotta stop crying on live.
Gun ban in your home. Gun ban in your home.
All right. So let's push forward. Let's push forward. So one of the things I want you guys to learn about is propagandists, right? So there's this main propagandist that you have in Trinidad and Tobago, and today we're going to highlight the ground report. So these guys are part of the evil system that's implemented by this government, because whenever this UNC government wants a message that they want pushed out, they do it through this platform here. And it's time someone actually takes let me switch the screen. Right, this program right here. Let's dig in. Y'all ready? So before I start talking, right?
Living in your house, trying to raise your family in a law-abiding manner. 9 o'clock in the morning. Gun ban in your home. 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 Master. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, she like that. Gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, gunman in she hole, she like that.
Bring up my camera. Let's turn off this music in the background. It's kind of disturbing me. All right. So okay, so today we're going to learn about propaganda. And I don't know, some of you, I do know, actually take this kind of stuff for entertainment. But this is actually very dangerous, this program right here. This program is so dangerous that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago had to come on and make an announcement about this program. Ooh, someone get me the clip. Renison, if you're listening, kindly please get me the clip for these people. So you guys have been letting this feces propagate in your country unhindered, and it's about time that we need to start pushing back against misinformation and nonsense. So I told you guys before that this program here, this ground report program, is used by the UNC government to push out their narratives. Anything that they want the people to start repeating, they will push it out through this program. Like at first it started with the board replacements, something really atrocious and disgusting, like putting UNC supporters and propagandists into board positions in Trinidad and Tobago, which would serve the needs of the UNC. And now that you see what the UNC is about, how safe do you feel with the UNC appointing even one board member? With everything that you see that this government has done in the past 6 months, how comfortable and safe do you feel about the board members that this government has put into place in this country? What is the motive behind changing board members for important and critical industries, banking, media, finance? Why are you replacing voting rights, voting positions to people that will vote in your favor? And this program right here, this ground report, is responsible for pushing out the propaganda. And maybe I should explain what the word propaganda means. So you guys hear the word propaganda all the time and don't know what it means. So let's look that up. So propaganda is information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote a particular cause, doctrine, or point of view. You understand that? So propaganda is information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote a particular cause, doctrine, or point of view. So it's information. These people are the propagandists of the UNC. They are used to push out misleading information to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This program, if you listen to this program will make you dumber. You will lose literal brain cells by listening to these two idiots spread their nonsense. So they are there to spread the message of the UNC, all of their lies, all of their innuendos, all of their distractions. So let's say something important is happening in the news, at the top of the news. This program is made to either not talk about that news that's important or distract with some other nonsense. So get the people talking about something else other than what's on the real minds of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Whether it be war, this, that, or the other. This program is made to mislead you. And if you actually listen to this program on a daily basis, you are a dumb Trinidadian because of it. So I actually didn't get the chance to prepare the slide that I wanted to show you, but there's a certain form of mind washing that the host on this program gets himself involved in. And the new message that they're trying to push out to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that Penny has a weak belly. So the new slogan is weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny, and they keep saying this over and over and over, so that the callers, most of them I believe are paid, because there was something revealed. I'll pull up that document for you in sometime in the future, where it was alleged that the United National Congress is paying these old retired folks to get on radio programs and push messaging for them. So when you tune into this program here, especially if you're abroad, like me, like I used to believe in these guys, because I'm based not in Trinidad. I'm not in Trinidad. And when I first tuned in to listen to these guys, I wanted to learn politics. I wanted to learn what was happening in Trinidad and Tobago. What is going on with the people of Trinidad and Tobago? And one of the sources that I chose to educate myself was these guys, because they came up high in the search engine. Like, all you gotta do is just type in Trinidad and Tobago, and when these guys are live, they freaking come up for some strange reason, right? So at the first, when the PNM was in charge, I latched onto these guys for information to just get myself acclimated with Trinidad politics. Because what got me actually interested in Trinidad politics was one of my friends from Facebook because I was all gung ho on U.S. politics. Like if you had followed me before in the past on Facebook, you would see that I was all focused on the stuff that the United States government was doing, and I wanted to change the system in the United States, and I was all focused on that. And this guy, one of my friends at the time, from high school, he started talking to me about the politics that's happening in Trinidad and Tobago, and he mentioned something about in the Beatum that there's this cancer spike happening in the Beatum that no one in the government is talking about. That the actual land in the Beatum ways was polluted, and all of the stuff from the dumping ground is actually seeping into the land for the residents of the Beatum, and it's causing a cancer spike in those citizens. And I think I heard some efforts in the past where the PNM government was making efforts to actually try to relocate the residents of the Beatum to another place, but there was resistance to it. So this guy, let's call him, let's call his name Jean Paul. My good friend from high school. He started teaching me about Trinidad politics. So I asked him, why isn't the government of Trinidad and Tobago doing anything to help these people? And he was like, the government down there is so ultimately corrupt that they would just rather let their people sit there and die. And we started discussing like how we would get the Trinidad and Tobago government to change, to actually start serving the people. And he was like, Raul, Trinidad is at the point of armed revolution. I don't see any way out of the level of corruption in Trinidad except through armed revolution. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you crazy? Trinidad and Tobago? Nah, it can't be that bad. So this was 4 years ago. And since then, I latched onto this program to try to teach myself about Trinidad politics, because I want to learn, because I want to get involved now. Now I want to actually get involved in politics in Trinidad and Tobago. I want to start an actual political party in Trinidad and Tobago. Instead of picking up a gun and taking power by force, I want to try to somehow educate people and show people a better way, and maybe in the future run for office in Trinidad. So I latched onto these guys to learn, and I was with them for a while. I was with the message that they were delivering to the people, because they were actually at that point in opposition to the government. They were pointing out all of the past corruptions with the PNN, and I was with them for a while. But when the election period started, I noticed that these guys made like a definitive change, a change towards evil. I would say, excuse me, I'm drinking too much alcohol. A change towards evil in my mind. They became, and you could actually, if you've been a listener to this program for a while, you would see the transition from him becoming Andy for Grandy into what he is today, to the mouthpiece, to the potong, to the fantasizing about gay stuff. This is what this man has become. And there's a specific section that I want to highlight where Andy is doing literal brainwashing on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And this is something that the priests and the religious people take from religion in order to brainwash people. They will speak in a certain tone, where like the tone of your voice is measured by certain clock, like a clock speed, and then they will keep repeating a message over and over and over and over and over. And this program right here, the Ground Report, this is what they have been doing to you guys, to you people who actually are stupid enough to listen to this shit. This is what they've been doing to you. And today on this program, the message that was pushed today is Penny Beckles is weak. Penny Beckles is a traitor. Because Penny Beckles went against the will of the UNC, she is a traitor and she should be charged. Weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny. And he kept saying this over and over and over and over and over. So if you're listening to this shit, this is something now that you're a follower of this guy, you will keep repeating. And there was a specific segment where he started talking. I didn't clip it out for you. I didn't get the time. Sorry, I was late today. When I actually went live, I was actually still clipping and uploading videos to put into my slides. So I didn't actually get a chance to clip this evil MFer right here. So you know what? Me and you are going to search through this video like I do real time, like when I'm looking for content. So let's listen to this and brace yourself. If you're a right thinking Trini, if you're now on my side, if you're now starting to absorb my message, this stuff will give you a stomachache. Literal.
Try to control the amount of time.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Possible.
I don't want to hear the
Like how
chorus.
them just be attacking me, telling me I'm a B-man, I'm a B-man. They say I'm a faggot.
He is a buller man, ladies and gentlemen. Or at least that's what he said himself. Because oh God. If you check the video that I uploaded yesterday, this man actually admitted to himself that he likes men and he wears G-strings. This is not my words, ladies and gentlemen. This is not my words. Yes, get that out of the way. Thank you, Renison, for that graphic. That actually is pretty cool, where I can just flip up a graphic before I actually start talking shit about people. I could just flip up a graphic real quick, a disclaimer graphic like that. So cool. Thank you, Renison.
They say I a potong.
He is a potong.
The first time they tell me I a leg bottom coolie.
He is a leg
they
bottom.
Tell me, boy, the kind of nasty things PNM they say about me.
Not PNM, citizens.
I will answer them back like how they do thing about me. I'll ask them back with intelligence, with brilliance.
There is nothing intelligent or brilliant about this man. If you still in Trinidad, or and this message is more towards the abroad users. If you still listen to this drivel, he is brainwashing you and leading you down another path. Don't listen to this man.
With facts. Right, Wells. Right, that is it. Let me finish those voice notes there. Slimy them go on as they pop up and want to question about this program not good. Anybody come with that? Just don't listen, don't write it. Anytime you write it, you're gone.
You hear that? You want to censor
Come
you.
here and the issues out there is the government, the issues out there is the opposition, the issues out there is what we want to deal with. By the time you come here and you say Lennox Smith something, bam, you're gone. By the time you say Andy something, bam, you're gone. Yeah.
I don't know, man. It seems we triggering Andy all year. Or it seems I'm triggering Andy. And you know what? How I started off? I started off as a ground report viewer, you know. And I keep telling him this. The more you block me, is the more I will keep speaking out louder. And because of all of the censorship tactics that this guy used, this is why I am where I am today. Because his misinformation has gotten so bad that I feel I have to put aside my job, my life, risk my security to actually start speaking out about this nonsense. If you are a Trini and you listen to this, you are dumber at the end of every show from listening to this man.
Kamala come back for 6 months. That Ravi Nanan again. He's a East Indian Trinidad and Tobagonian that supports the PNM. So nice, I say it. How nice. He said Kamala come back for 6 months and look how much enemies Trinidad get. UNC is good for UNC is not good for Trinidad and Tobago.
Amen, Ravi.
Some people go say ban him. No, I not banning him.
Amen, Ravi.
The type of people we will dispute that. All I go say is
Amen, Ravi.
PNM better. UNC way better. And they be saying, some people will say PNM and UNC is the same. No, it's not the same. PNM bring property tax, UNC move it. PNM take away laptops, UNC bringing it back. PNM can't finish schools reopening and have all schools in order to reopen on time.
You guys actually listen to this bullshit?
Well,
to these lies?
PNM never put a cent towards children life fund.
You see what this man is doing? Is he's actually giving you the propaganda, giving you the arguments that you are supposed to use against the PNM people when they come to you with other arguments. This guy is nothing but a brainwasher. And there's a specific segment in this live that I want to get to, that I want to actually focus on. But I'm just playing this shit out so that you can hear the level of nonsense that is actually spewed. If you're taking in listening to this program for information, you'll be a dumber Trini because of it.
UNC make it mandatory now. Children life fund up and running. Well, how is he same? How is he same? What Kamala Prasad said did Ravi is stand up for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. She picked the right side because Venezuela can't do nothing for we. And the rest of the Caribbean can't do nothing for we neither. We are we problem. We are we border issues. We are the influx of Venezuelans more than all here. We are the crime and the guns and the drugs and all the contrabands that coming from Venezuela, including the henchmen and them. So to hell with you, Rafi, for not being patriot, and for hell with all the rest of the Caribbean if they don't want to be patriot.
So wait. You see the brainwashing, you see the mind tricks, right? Ravi said a patriotic statement, but this man comes on here with his manipulation and his techniques to try to paint Ravi as the traitor, when in fact this man is the traitor, the demon. Another thing this person does is he uses religion to when he opens up his show at the beginning of every morning. It's always some kind of gospel song to make it seem that he is godly and he believes in God, and what he's doing is for you. It's all mind manipulation techniques. And now that I'm looking at it and analyzing it, I'm wondering if someone is actually teaching him to do this shit.
Patriotic neither to Trinidad and Tobago. Simple, you see? We ain't cuss you, we ain't tell you your mother making nothing. But you not like that, you not like that. It has some of them like that already. That we had a question now if there is PNM or if there is UNC. One of them out their name start with A and end with W, not Andy Williams. Bang, 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 bang. Nice. So let me think there. Lennox will have everything piling for we just on. It's just about 3 more voice notes. Alright. Let me continue. When I see Bossman send no voice note to irritate nobody. But they let it play. He don't be disrespectful. Anytime he get disrespectful, you gotta go your way.
Hi, morning, gentlemen. Andy tuned in late after 7, so didn't hear the beginning of the program, but I'll replay it in a little bit. You have to be. Have a blessed day.
Step down, move, go, and if you don't,
Hold up. Yeah, you gotta listen to this shit.
Call you.
Listen to this, people. This actually is the out of Trinidad caller. A caller that is based in the United States. Hang on a second. Let me smoke a little bit. And this is what I was trying to tell you guys about.
Later on in the program, because I'll try to fix up some people, okay? And I'll call you later, okay? All right, Andy. Andy, I'm looking at that video. Andy, you know what you get away with, man? Me? You're all over.
So, all right, this guy was me a year ago. Listen to the ground report. He totally listens to the ground report, believes everything that they says, and he gets angry. So this here is a misinformed viewer listening to everything that Andy says like it's Bible scripture, because he chooses not to inform himself. And this is basically for a message for everybody in the United States, outside of Trinidad and Tobago, that tries to tune into this program to get information about the country. Stop doing that. Otherwise, you will end up like this man right here.
What I would do to them, you never thief again. Never, I'm telling you, both of them. I'll take on both of them. I'll take care of both of them. One time. And they'll never steal again in the rest of their life. I know what Lennox say. Lennox, you don't believe nothing that Penny Beckle say. Nothing that PNM said. Nothing. They're liars. And another thing again, don't believe that what Maduro said to bring peace in with them. It does not change the narrative who he is. Right? He need to get down and step down. Otherwise, face the consequences. Bottom line. Right? They're not going to come there for nothing and say you go withdraw. We don't want to hear you. Step down. Move. Go. And if you don't want to, face the consequences. You want to end up like Saddam Hussein? Take your choice.
This is the shit that he has people thinking. This is how, if you become a viewer of the ground report, this is how they will have you thinking. They will have your mind colonized and with their agenda.
And Lennox Smith.
I'll play that video with Kenrick Sunday on the treaty that Trinidad and Tobago signed with America. Of who Penny Beckles, this opposition leader.
Here we go.
The weakest opposition leader.
This is what I want to focus on.
In Trinidad and Tobago.
Here we go. All right, so this is a section that I actually wanted to clip out for you people. Right? So the new narrative that they're pushing out is Penny Beckles is a traitor, and Penny Beckles is weak, and Penny Beckles is against the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Pay attention to this and pay attention to the brainwashing techniques, the manipulation techniques that I told you guys about earlier.
I say it one more before I continue. With central video, voice note, I mean. Weak belly penny. 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 Our children, our grandchildren, and everybody that born after will be singing the same tune. Weak belly penny. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Let's continue. When you talk with your MPs, let them know go of who Penny Beckles, this opposition leader, the weakest opposition leader ever in Trinidad and Tobago. I say it one more before I continue. With central video, voice note, I mean. Weak belly penny. Weak belly penny.
Say it after me.
Weak belly penny.
Say it again.
Weak belly penny.
Weak belly penny.
Weak belly penny.
Weak belly penny.
Our children, our grandchildren, and everybody that born after will be singing the same tune. Weak belly penny.
Listen. All right. So if you start hearing the catchphrase "weak belly penny," it's because of this manipulation. Penny Beckles, in my assessment, is very heroic in her actions. She is doing the job that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is supposed to be doing. In my eyes, she is a hero. The only right-thinking adult in the room. She should be praised if the meeting between Penny Beckles and the Venezuelan ambassador ever came out to anything, she should be praised. Penny Beckles, in my eyes, is a hero. Superhero. One of the only few people actually doing actions for pro-Trini, for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So because she's against the UNC, she is weak. She has a weak belly. Penny Beckles is a woman. Penny Beckles is now the leader of the People's National Movement in Trinidad and Tobago. And everyone needs to unite behind Penny. All of the stuff that is now happening, now there's some fracturing within the PNM, where some PNM activists are now, with this weak Penny Beckles bullshit, like what this man is saying. Stop that. It's time when we are divided, we can easily be conquered. So now it is time. If you are PNM, I'm not PNM. If you are PNM, it is now time for you to unite behind your leader. Stop this fracturing nonsense. Now you have fracturing even between the social media hosts because of this stuff, because of this shit. Penny Beckles is the leader of the PNM. To become a leader of anything in that role takes guts, takes balls, takes stuff that half of you people do not contain. So enough respect. Big up to Penny Beckles. And actually, maybe the person told me not to say this last night when they the number to call is 347-791-3311. If you don't call in, that's not really that important to me. But if you want to leave voice notes or whatever, you want to have your voice played, that's fine with me. Don't it doesn't really matter. I don't care. Someone called me though yesterday and gave me a story, a personal story. They actually met with the leader Penelope Beckles because they were going along with this whole story that Penny is weak, yada 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 yada. And then the lady told me that she actually sat down and had a great conversation with Penny, and in the conversation they started speaking about Stuart Young. And she said, and she told me this story that Penny relayed to her, that men, in the easiest way to put this, are ego driven. And for a man to experience loss, especially when he sets something as a goal that he wants to attain, and when he loses that goal, you get broken on the inside. And for something, and most of you men will be able to understand what I'm saying. Let's say you had a relationship, or let's say you had plans with a lady. Like you wanted to get married, you wanted to have kids, you wanted to do this, you want to do that, and you had like a timeline planned out in your head. But somehow during the relationship, things don't go as planned. So you and this girl break up. You as a man would face this sense of failure, this sense of loss, this sense of you feel like you lose your mission. I know this from personal life, and most of you men out there, if you're over 30, you will be able to understand what I'm saying. When you get something taken away from you, when you lose a battle, you get crushed on the inside, and some men don't recover. And if you're running for the prime minister of a country, and you see how the people turn against you, that will crush a regular man. It would destroy a regular man. A weak man facing the loss to a battle like that will turn to drugs, alcohol, whatever, and not come back. Stuart Young is back, right? And the conversation that this lady was telling me is, in order for a man to come back from a devastating loss like that, he has to be nurtured by the people around him. His friends, his family, his cohorts, they all have to form a team around him and build this man up. And Penny, instead of doing something that you would expect from a UNC politician, kicking Stuart while he was down, Penny actually rebuilt Stuart. And you guys should have heard Stuart, what was it, 2 days ago on the media. Stuart is back. Stuart Young is back. And the first question I asked this woman is Penny married? And she said yes, she's married for quite a long time. And I was like, wow, this is something that a good wife would actually do for her husband. Like if you see your husband go through a loss like this, you build him up. But for Penny to do something like this for her co-worker, to actually help rebuild Stuart to where he was before, where he can actually now come before the public and speak in confidence and vigor, not as a broken man like he was after the election, where you know how he was acting. He's back. Stuart is back. And the lady, the person that I spoke to said that she does not mind if Stuart wants to come back and reattain the leadership role. Penny will step down if Stuart feels confident enough to do that. Then he has to now prove himself to the people, but to his immediate, the members in his immediate surroundings. So all of you, I understand your support for Stuart Young, but Stuart Young is really, well, he was not really in a position to lead the PNM after losing such a critical and important battle. So imagine how Stuart is feeling right now. Like he had these goals, visions for the country. You know, he had a path forward. Imagine like now where you're in a position to actually change the lives of millions of people, and you seeing all of that stuff flush down the drain. Stuart should not be in any leadership in the People's National Movement right now until he is ready. And Penny's stepping up. In my assessment, in my opinion, she needs to be, all of you people, all of you PNM supporters, bunks up, whoever, needs to now rally behind Penny. We need to unite, start uniting, you people. The fractures within now the PNM, you guys need to get behind Penny full force, because you see she has stepped up and done right for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So now once again, listen. After you hear me speak, I want you to listen to this, and I hope you don't vomit.
Let them know to address us.
Be strong.
Weak belly penny. Your councillors, weak belly penny. Your independent senators, weak belly penny. It must reach the caucus of the PNM. Because here what? They're going and move for. The PNM caucus will be saying too. Because they're already saying it. Weak belly penny. They're done saying it. That's the reason why she can't play. She messing with Marvin Gonzalez. None of them. None she can't touch. She's not a leader.
Listen to this
they
demon.
Have too much information on her. And if she looked at things, they're going to vote she out, move she. And they're going to bring back Colin Imbert. Not Colin Imbert, they're going to bring back Stuart Young.
Listen to this demon, this traitor to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And you see, all of this is a psyop. All of this is a psyop on your head. Because the music he's playing in the background is kind of similar to what I'm doing. The Gladiator theme. It's all a psyop to make you think that that he is the man, that what he's saying is true, that he's revolutionary, that he's fighting for you, for the people, when he is nothing but a paid voice. When you listen to this, you should see and hear nothing but evil.
Don't go on deaf ear. And remember today, thanks to Santa Cruz, that every nook and cranny of Trinidad and Tobago will be calling the opposition leader Penny Beckles of the PNM. Weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny.
Listen to the mind washing techniques. Listen to the programming techniques. Listen to the brainwashing techniques. This is stuff pastors and priests and people in the religious organizations do. Now this man is coming to you and pushing this to you. Pushing it out. Weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny, weak belly Penny. So now look at the chat. Let me see if I can show it to you. Then you will have members in the chat who follow this man, who think he's the leader, repeating the same stuff. So the chat, the bots, and everybody else will start repeating this message. This is why he can say with confidence that members in the opposition government will be now repeating his words. But I'm now pushing back against that. Now you know what is happening. Trinidad and Tobago.
Weak belly Penny.
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 Our children, our grandchildren.
Listen to the evil. Listen to the programming. Listen to the brainwashing.
The same tune.
This man is an agent of evil. Why would you keep watching this shit? I watch this shit for you. I watch this shit now for you because it's now time to push back. Excuse me, I'm getting hiccups now from drinking too much.
Weak belly Penny.
Weak belly Penny.
Bang, bang, bang.
Let me go drink some water.
Let's continue. When you talk with your MPs, let them know to address us, weak belly Penny. Your councillors, weak belly Penny. Your independent senators, weak belly Penny. It must reach in the caucus of the PNM. Because here what? They're going on move for. The PNM caucus will be saying too. Because they're already saying it. Weak belly Penny. They're done saying it. That's the reason why she can't play. She messing with Marvin Gonzalez. None of them. None she can't touch. She's not a leader. They have too much information on her. And if she looked at things, they're going to vote she out, move she. And they're going to bring back Coleman Burt. Not Coleman Burt, they're going to bring back Stuart Young. Watch all you go see. Remember the football voice, don't go on deaf ear. And remember today, thanks to Santa Cruz, that every nook and cranny of Trinidad and Tobago will be calling the opposition leader Penny Beckles of the PNM. Weak belly Penny. Weak belly Penny. Weak belly Penny.
And notice how he tends to focus his rage on something other than what is happening right now. Any significant and important matter in the news, he has to distract you from. So if you are focusing on the strength of Penny Beckles' belly, you won't be talking about warships pulling out. You won't be thinking about troops being activated. You won't be thinking about the police being called on high alert at 1600 hours and given instructions, and you wouldn't be wondering what those instructions would be. You would be just, if you're a UN supporter, you would be just staying calm and believing that the government, the UNC government that you elected, is doing everything in their power to serve you and to make life for you better. All right, they give you some property. They give out some property to the Caribbean people. They give you all some property, and they seem to be serving you people. So let me still support them. Let me keep going. Let me not focus on matters that's actually important and relevant and happening today. Let me not focus on Sean Sobers. Let me not focus on them answers that he given. Let me not focus on warships being blown up. Let me not focus on the 2 Trinidadians that got murdered by Trump and co-signed by Kamala Persad because she say kill them. What she say? Kill them brutally. Kill them with force. Whatever she said. Let's not focus on all that. Nah. Let's just focus on Penny and her hair and her belly and how strong her belly is.
Remember the pit bull voice, don't go on deaf ear.
The pit bull, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks to Santa Cruz. That every nuke
I rewind too fast. I rewind too far.
And try and make things work.
No, we do not want to hear this woman.
Weak belly. This is why she can't play. She messing with Marvin Gonzalez. None of them. None she can't touch. She's not a leader. They have too much information on her. And if she look at things, they're going to vote she or move she. And they're going to bring back Coleman Burt. Not Coleman Burt. They're going to bring back Stuart Young. Watch what they go see.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say this again. Stuart Young is not ready for leadership of the PNM. After the loss he took, he's not ready yet. And it would be wise for the PNM to just keep going the way they're going, rally behind Penny, and when Stuart is ready, when the members of the internal PNM structure are ready, then they will take a vote. They will look at Stuart's performance, they will look at Penny's performance, they will look at whoever performance, and then they will take a vote. But for right now, the time is not for voting. The time is to rally behind Penny Beckles. Right? So let's listen to this programming. Let's enjoy this shit here.
Remember the football voice, don't go on deaf ear. And remember today. Thanks
From today, this football voice needs to go on deaf ears.
Granny of Trinidad and Tobago. We'll be calling the opposition leader Penny Beckles of the PNM. Weak belly Penny. Weak belly Penny. Weak belly Penny. Weak belly Penny.
Penny? All the right thinking citizens and weak belly Penny.
Yes, I like how she talking earlier. Don't forget, keep it up. Eventually, the infection of the ground report of who Penny Beckles really is will be said in Parliament. Remember that. It's just a matter of time. Arnold Roberts will be in Parliament and say, weak belly Penny. Alexander will say, weak belly Penny. Barry Palap, weak belly Penny. Kamala Persad, Bissessa, and all will eventually say, weak belly Penny.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Let that name of Penny Beckles be christened throughout the streets, every nook and cranny of Trinidad and Tobago, and every PNM corner, UNC corner. It must be all in Mars, Jupiter, all over. Whether you're in England, China, America, in the Caribbean, wherever you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago is, remember, that name must never be forgotten. It must be branded and synced in the minds and hearts of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, of who Penny Beckles, this opposition leader, are the weakest opposition leader ever in Trinidad and Tobago. I said one more before I continue with central video, voice note of me. Weak belly penny, weak belly penny, weak belly penny, weak belly penny, weak belly penny. Our children, our grandchildren, and everybody that born after will be singing the same tune. Weak belly penny. Bang, bang, bang. That name must never be forgotten.
Oh, bossman.
Alexander will say, weak belly penny. Barry Paddock, weak belly penny. Kabla Passad, the Cessa, and all will eventually say, weak belly penny.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Let that name of Penny Beckles be christened throughout the streets, every nook and cranny of Trinidad and Tobago, in every P&M corner, UNC corner. It must be all in Mars, Jupiter, all over. Whether you're in England, China, America, in the Caribbean, wherever you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago is, remember, that name must never be forgotten. It must be branded and synced in the minds and hearts of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, of who Penny Beckles, this opposition leader, are the weakest opposition leader ever in Trinidad and Tobago. I said one more before I continue with central video, voice note I mean. Weak belly penny, weak belly penny, weak belly penny, weak belly penny, weak belly penny. Our children, our grandchildren, and everybody that born after will be singing the same tune. Weak belly penny. Bang, bang, bang. Let's continue. When you talk with your MPs, let them know to address us. Weak belly penny. Your councillors, weak belly penny. Your independent senators, weak belly penny. It must reach the caucus of the PNM. Because hear what? They're going to move for. The PNM caucus will be saying too. Because they're already saying it. Weak belly penny. They're done saying it. That's the reason why she can't play. She messing with Marvin Gonzalez. None of them. None she can't touch. She's not a leader. They have too much information on her. And if she look at things, they're going to vote she out, move she. And they're going to bring back Colin Imbert. Not Colin Imbert, they're going to bring back Stuart Young. Watch what you're going to see. Remember the football voice, don't go on deaf ear. And remember today, thanks to Santa Cruz, that every nook and cranny of Trinidad and Tobago will be calling the opposition leader Penny Beckles of the PNM. Weak belly penny, weak belly penny, weak belly penny. Weak belly penny.
All the right-thinking citizens could see clearly that all you display dirty and all you display politics real dirty. That is how the stinking piping sprang in Hanovision cold-hearted 30 PNM government displayed. right? They just play there to catch cover alive, right? They just try to confuse the country. But here what's going on, everybody have the thinking cap and the scene for themselves and the understanding fully. Every wrongdoing is what always in part of.
And that's another technique they use. They keep saying that we are the smarter ones, we are the right thinking ones. We are the ones without thinking caps on, we, us. Notice the propaganda, learn the brainwashing, learn the shit. And now that you know it, start pushing back against them.
Yeah? You was the same one who had stood there and sat down where people had committed suicide when they had laws over from Petrotrin and they never said anything. Why you don't go look for your last political leader and explain to him how it was so unfair? This is the reason why the people on the ground start to suffer now because of what you have done in the past. And now that I take over, they come and now they give me the end, the rubbish in the party. Now I have to pick up the pieces of the glass and I have to patch it together and try and make things work. Eh? Yes, Andy, so I didn't want it to take too long on that one, so I'm racking up on this one here now. So as I was saying, she had to pick up the pieces of the glass, put it together, and see how best she could, try to see what she could do in. But they could turn you on any side penny, you will still be the same cent. You hear? Because right now, presently, in this real world, in this real lifetime we're living in, you ain't making no sense. It's too weak as a political leader, and it's too advantageous, and it's too unfair with yourself. Yeah? You sat down there and you had your mouth stitched up and zip up and you never said anything with so many people who had committed suicide under your watch together with your past political leader. You're so unfair, you're very biased. That is your part of you as well too. You're very biased as a woman. Yeah? Go and ask the people now who under you why it is your children was on a shooting range. Eh? Go and investigate. Right? How it is your last colleague lost her life together with her family in the fire. There are so many things that only in, but just remember this. God, that's how the final say in everything. You just wear pajamas but you don't sleep. You understand? That is your part of you as well too. Yes, very biased as a woman. Yeah? Go and ask the people now who under you why it is your children was on a shooting range. Eh? Go and investigate. Right? How it is your last colleague lost her life together with her family in the fire. There are so many things that only in, but just remember this. God, that's how the final say in everything. It is wear pajamas but you don't sleep. You understand what we're saying, Penny? All is too unfair with all this said. That way all will remain opposite for the rest of their lives. And all will never be no way close to anything as being government in this country no more. Right? You need to answer the commissioner of police needs to be in front of your house for you to be questioning what it is you went and you had signed and you had whatever conversation with the Spanish ambassador. That is what you need to study. Right? Laura. Run up yourself because the person that who you had the conversation with in the morning edition, Andy, that was a PNM candidate for the local election. He had went up for Sawa, Barataria, right? And he lost his seat in a big way, right? So people, the right thinking citizen, if the brainwash supporter of the PNM want to remain in the dungeons and that is up to them. But we as the right thinking citizen, we will make sure and keep the sun our foot and see the sunlight in this place. You hear? If them don't want to see better, we want to move on and live better in this country. And His goodness is going to restore back. People with one nation, one people, one love, one unity is going to be in the order here. Right? Unity will always be the code. Just remember, Andy, everybody, just be safe and strong as we can. And let me continue praying for this program to prosper. And Andy and Mighty K and Leonard Smith will always bring the truth and nothingness of the truth to the country. And we locked on and listen, Andy. All be safe. And you don't know. Everything will be everything in due course. Yeah? And it's that.
if you listen to that show, you are cattle. You are a cow. You are a cow among other cows. You are just cattle. If you tune into this stuff every day on a religious basis and listen to this shit being pumped into your head every day, and you listen to this woman and you think she's some kind of figure of authority, you are cattle. And I would like to ask you a question. You know you're going to die. Now, like, you know right now that you're going to die. You know that. The missile is coming in. You see it coming. It's about to land on you. And you know you're going to die. If you can go back 6 months. If you can go back 6 months in time, what would you do to prevent that missile from landing on your head and your family's head and your brother's head and your sister's head? What would you do? Why aren't you doing it now? Good night, Trinidad and Tobago, or at this point, 3:39 in the morning. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. It's been great. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning into the Workers' Right platform. If you enjoy what I'm saying, you can follow me at The Slimy Show on YouTube, at symbol The Slimy Show. You can also follow me on Twitter, which now known as X, at The Penny Mafia. This platform is being streamed on the Workers' Right platform, on the Slimy Show's platform, on the Workers' Right website at www.workersright868.com. If there's ever problems with the YouTube stream, you can go onto the website directly and look at us live from that platform. You can also go onto the Workers' Right 868 website and look at previous videos and content that we've uploaded in the past. I've actually started a new education series, the Slimy Education. All you have to do is put that search term into the YouTube search bar, and any lessons that I've given to you, watch it, catch up. I need you guys to be as smart as me. I need you guys to be on the same level as me. Alright? So you guys out there, be safe. You know, take care for your brother, and you know, maybe I should play this video that the other guy played. Hold on, let me bring that up. You know what? To end this stream tonight, I'll play the message that this guy delivered at the end of his speech, because there's nothing that I could possibly say that could top this message from this guy. So once again, like and share the stream. Thank you for coming in. I love you. I hope you've learned something for being here. And I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. So let's end the stream tonight on the glorious words of this wonderful training. Let's start at close to the end.
Look after your brother and sister. Them ain't go do it. Together we aspire. Together we achieve. But partner, I promise you, divided all that we will fall. I promise you that. Anyway, God bless all you. God keep all you. God guide all you. God keep all you safe. God open all your eyes to see the truth. God grant you strength and compassion. Love your brother and sister as you love yourself. God make all of we. That make all of we brother and sister. Love your brother and sister. No matter how wayward, love your brother and sister. God help Trinbago. God help you, we need it right now. Take it easy, chat.